The stage show is about to begin. If everyone can please grab a seat so the stage show can begin. Thank you. Everybody, and a huge welcome to Nordic Female Investor Summit. Let's give that a huge round of applause. Thank you. My name is Aisha Mossberg. When I'm not on stage here moderating events, I work as community manager at Go to 10, a free co-working space for entrepreneurs and innovators run by the Swedish Internet Foundation. And I've been given the honor of moderating this event here today and guiding you throughout the day, which I'm so happy about. And I can't believe that it's been 1 year since last time we were all here, and I was moderating on this stage. So cool. Who in here was at Nordic Female Then Investor Meetup last year? Nice, quite a fair amount of you, nice. Okay, who in here has been here at least once before? Raise your hands. Nice. Okay, so a lot of you, but actually not everyone. So whether this is your first time ever joining us or you've been here several times before, welcome to Nordic Female Investor Summit. This is one of the most important events for gender diversity and diversity within startups and investor scene in the Nordics. And to tell you more about Mink and this event, I want to welcome to the stage Janice and Daniel from Mink. Let's give them a hand.
And that's why. Could you imagine a place to rest our head? Could you imagine a new world where love rules instead?
So I hope this works. This event is a special event for me. First of all, a year ago I was invited as a guest. And the reason being a guest was that it was a week until I was supposed to take over the role as CEO here at Mink. And it was such an amazing event. It was my first event regarding this specific topic. And I think it's super important that we together work with both equality and diversity. And at Mink, I think we have come quite far. Thanks to the team before me, we have approximately 45% of the companies, they are represented by either a female founder or a mixed team. We've also been working really hard on creating more women into all the different layers, such as investing and, of course, board membership. And as you probably know, we also have a small investment fund, and I'm really glad that we can say that 40% of the owners from that fund is actually women. So we're trying really hard. Of course, this is something that doesn't make the huge impact, but I think just being here, talking about this, creating allies, just paving the way for this change to happen is such fun. And I'm really glad that we can actually say that this event is also a bit bigger than last year, so we're trying to improve from year to year. So it's my pleasure to welcome everyone and continue to have this discussion and make this much needed change. And Janice, what can we expect from today?
Yes, so nice to see all of you, new faces and some of the old ones. I've been working with this event now for 3 years. We're always trying to improve it, make it a bit better or bigger, but we try to keep the energy the same. So I saw Kenneth from Dreamcraft yesterday posting the vintage photo of the first ever event from 2016 that was organized by Jeanette Andersson, which was titled as One of Few Brave Men. And I mean, yes, but really proud to say that today I see a lot of male in the audience, which means that hopefully you're not anymore one of few brave, but you are one of our allies. And our focus always for this event was to support women in the ecosystem. So we want to inspire them to take the startup journey, be it an investor or a startup, and to inspire each other. So today you're going to hear a lot of amazing speakers on diversity, investments, men as allies, changemaker journeys, how to raise funds as an unconventional founder, and you're going to see some really, really great pitches from Nordic countries. But I really want you to, when you have time to mingle, when you have time to network, meet each other, talk about hard topics, talk about easy topics, and I hope you all get out of this event and out of this venue today with investor, mentor, new idea for the startup, or like fresh thought, and to inspire you to join us in supporting more women into the startup world. Yeah.
Ooh, let's not fall off the stage today. And I also want to give an extra hand to Jeanette, who was the initiator, or co-initiator of this event. So let's give her a hand. Yes, thank you, Jeanette. Okay, and before we continue with the event, we need to go through some housekeeping. So in case of an emergency exits are located. I've been a flight attendant, so this comes naturally for me. Located right behind you over there, and we have an emergency exit behind this stage over here. And toilets, if you should need them, are located in the room here behind you. Ladies' toilets in the back to my right and men's to my left. We will have several breaks throughout the day. I'll let you know when they arrive so you can stretch and talk to people. And if you have any questions during the day, people from Mink who are wearing gray t-shirts can help you. Anyone wearing a gray t-shirt, can you stand up and wave? Yeah, you see them here around the room, and they'll do their best to help you if you have any questions. And with that said, let's get this show started. Yes! So in this first part of the day, we're going to hear from 9 amazing startups pitching their businesses. And at stake is 100,000 kroners. And 100,000 kroners during a normal year is a great amount of money, but let's be frank, this is not a normal year. So this amount, thank you, Sandy. This amount actually means even more a year like this. And it wouldn't be possible without our prize sponsors. And if we can put, yes, their names are here on the screen. Let's give them a hand. Thank you. And to decide who of our 9 pitchers gets the prize money is our incredible, eminent jury. And I want to welcome you up to the stage. Please welcome angel investor Cecilia Hultén. Give her a hand. Challenge VC investor Virginia E. Vegas. Angel investor Nibras Stebar-Bang. Inventure VC investor Gwen Sandberg. And pre-seed ventures investor Alberte Schmidt-Kofod. I want to hand the mic actually to all of you, so we can just start from here and go the road down. Can you introduce yourself and share what you're looking forward to seeing here on the stage from the startups today?
Hello, everybody. Great to be here. I'm Cecilia. I'm a disruptive ex-banker, now took the leap of faith and entrepreneur and angel investor. What I'm looking for today is great ideas solving real problems, and that match with an entrepreneurial mindset. And I have been focusing on fintech and health tech, but I'm open-minded.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you all. My name is Virginia. I'm Spanish living in the Nordics. I work in a company called Startup Norway, where we help startups in Norway. We invest through Startup Norway, but I'm also a business angel myself. I look for the same things as Cecilia does, and maybe just to add a tweak, I like ideas that have something unique in it, something that is different, a different perspective of an edge. And I like teams that are put together, and together they seem superior. So looking forward to meeting the companies today.
Hey, my name is Nibras, and I invest in Fast Track Capital, but I also invest myself, and I also work full-time at Spotify, which you all know. I look the same. I mean, great things. And one thing I would also add is I really also like boldness in companies. Like, believe in yourself and really believe that you can change the future. Like, everything is possible. And that's what I always tell companies when I meet the founders. Like, hey, you really need to draw the vision for us, because that's what's going to give you the investment.
My name is Gwen Sandberg. I'm originally from Texas, have an operator background that brought me to the Nordics. I worked for companies such as Google and most recently at the Swedish fintech startup Tink, where I made my exit and feel like I have some experience and knowledge that I can take with me now to Inventure. Inventure is a Nordic-based fund, 150 million euros. We invest early stage, so pre-seed, seed, Series A in the Nordics and in the Baltics. We have previously invested in one of the former winners of this competition, so this is an event that's near and dear to us. And we really look for female founders who have really big, hairy, audacious ideas where we can support them.
Hi everyone, my name is Alberte. I work as an investment manager with Pre-Seed Ventures. Pre-Seed Ventures is a Danish, southern Sweden-focused early stage fund. We have 55 million euros that we are investing in tech and software-enabled companies at the early stages. So anything from basically an idea on a PowerPoint to the first proof of traction. Yeah, what I'm going to be looking for today is obviously the market potential, but I always love a good story and a problem founder fit.
Thank you so much. Let's give them a warm round of applause. You can go take your seats as we prepare to introduce our first startup. First up, we have a Swedish startup, Cytic Analytics, a revolutionary AI-based software that detects the influence of drugs and alcohol through image analysis of the eye area and eye movements. To pitch their startup, please welcome Jenny Johansson and Stephanie Najafi. Give them a warm hand.
We recently changed our company name from iScanner to Cytic, so sorry for
the confusion. Sorry for that. Hi, everyone. Did you know that almost 30% of all fatal road accidents in Europe were alcohol or drug related? And 25% of all fatal workplace accidents are due to alcohol or drug abuse. And the truth is that all these unnecessary accidents and death easy could be preventable using the right tool. My name is Jenny Johansson. I'm one of the founders of iScanner, a company we started in 2019. I have worked as a psychologist for 17 years, mostly with risk assessments. Me and Stephanie met when we worked together at the Swedish security police in the field of counter-terror and espionage.
And my name is Stephanie Najafi. I'm also one of the founders of iScanner. I have previously worked as a police officer, mostly with surveillance and investigation in the field of organized crime. And it was within our work at the police that we identified that not only the police but also the society needed a digital tool to detect if someone is under the influence of alcohol or drugs to prevent terrible.
The development is based on an ongoing research study. Our solution consists of one algorithm but can be integrated in different hardwares, for example, in a smartphone or in a vehicle. iScanner is based on filming a short video sequence of the person's eye area. From the video, we are analyzing over 10 features, and the result comes immediately. And the whole process takes about 15 seconds.
We have got great traction from different market segments since there is no such product on the market today. We have ongoing pilot projects in the automotive industry, e-scooter sector, and at safety-critical workplaces. From July 2022, all new cars, trucks, and buses in the EU must be equipped with certain safety systems to reduce the number of fatal traffic accidents. Therefore, the iScanner solution is incredibly interesting for the automotive industry. And at safety-critical workplaces, they must ensure that all employees are fit to work. For these companies, iScanner can facilitate daily drug testing to save money for the companies, but also to save lives.
Yes, and our goal is to become the world leader in detecting the influence of alcohol and drugs through image analysis by 2027. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
We'll now have some questions from the jury, so you may actually stay on stage.
Thank you for a great presentation. Could you talk a little bit about the accuracy of your solution and how you are improving that over time?
Yes, of course. Right now we have done our first prediction model, and the accuracy is right now around 90%. And we are always continuing to improve it all the time with a lot bigger data sets. We are continuing collecting data all the time to improve it, of course.
I have a question about the total market size. I think you had a stat at the beginning that about 30% of accidents are based on drug or alcohol. And I can imagine that outside of Europe, that number is even larger. Have you considered expanding at all?
Yes, of course. This is a global product, of course. We are always looking at the other areas in the world. It's a global product, so yes. We have a lot of contact with American companies as well, so yes, it's a huge market.
But our first market will be Europe because it's easy to roll out it here in the first phase.
Yes, thank you for a great presentation. A few questions around your tractions. How many customers do you have now, and how do you see, your rollout of your business?
We have 3 different customers today in the 3 different market segments, as I mentioned, the automotive industry, e-scooter sector, and safety critical workplaces. It's important for us to show that our product works in these different market segments, so we can roll it out then broadly.
A larger scale,
on a larger scale, yeah.
So we are starting and doing this pilot project with in these different segments and approving ourselves, and then we are going to roll it out in a bigger scale, of course.
So there's a commercialization plan after the pilots.
Yes.
And have you discussed pricing, and do you know how that works with the clients as well?
Yes.
Yes. Not with the automotive industry, actually, but with other sectors. Yeah.
Dora, take the business model.
Yeah, okay.
A quick question, could you walk us through the competitive landscape? Who else is trying this?
Yes, of course we have competitors. The competitors we see who are doing kind of the similar thing is one company, example is from the States, who called iGauge. They are doing kind of the same solution, but they are building it in a different way. We are building our algorithm based on a huge research study with very highly controlled data. And that is a much safer way to build the algorithm. We know that iGauge are collecting uncontrolled data from the people on the internet, so they're not controlling, the amount of per mil in the blood or something like that. And we are also analyzing many more features than our competitors. So.
Which gives a higher accuracy.
Yes, yes.
Yes, last question. I'm going to ask a more technical question, and that is, how do you handle downtime? Like, if you would put this into automotive, I'm guessing that you're not allowed to drive the car if your algorithm would show that I am influenced of it. So how will you handle the accuracy defaults, etc., and downtime if such thing would happen?
When we discuss with the automotive industry, they haven't told us that they want this as a locker. They want to give they want to use it like a support system. They have this already, in the DMS system when they are looking at drowsiness and attention today, and they want to put this algorithm on in this DMS system so they can also look at if a person is under influence of any drugs or alcohol. So it's the same thing, like a support system, not a locker in the first phase.
It's like the coffee cup you get when you wingle over the other side.
Yes.
It will use
so that's what they have told us. But this solution will be up to them to what they are going to do with the results. But this is what they have told us today. It's more like a support system there.
Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause. And next up, we will welcome a Finnish startup up to the stage, Kommu. Kommu is a platform where individuals, companies, and nonprofits come together to help one another for free. Please welcome to the stage Karolina Kauhanen. Give her a hand.
Hello everybody, I'm Karolina, founder of Kommu. We are the cure to social cancers. What are these social cancers? What does a single mother, an immigrant, and an employee who recently moved into a new city have in common? They all lack social support, aka communities. And these life events eventually lead to social cancers such as loneliness and burnout. Governments and companies are spending billions to try and fix these problems through social programs and medical treatment. But a doctor cannot cure loneliness. Kommu can. Kommu is a platform of helping, where you either help or you ask for help. Simple as that. We believe that helping is the best way to form strong social connections. It is an ecosystem of helping, where we bring 3 groups of people. So we have a free open for all community platform, a non-profit CRM to find new volunteers and manage them in the same place, as well as a corporate volunteering platform. Corporates and non-profits pay us a monthly subscription to access our platform. Helping can be, for example, taking your neighbor's dog for a walk, or being there, just someone to talk to, or taking the Ukrainian refugee next door for a cup of coffee. In Kommu, you are not just a passive part of a group, but you really take action through helping or asking for help. Only we can deliver this experience to all of our user groups. One of our strengths is diversification, as we're tapping into 3 growing global markets, which are all expected to double by 2027. But traction speaks louder than words. In a year, we have established Kommu as the fastest growing community platform in Finland. We have 1,500 euros of MRR, and we successfully launched a pre-seed round with international and celebrity investors. We have accomplished in a year what it has taken our competitors 6 to build. And we have a clear growth plan to take Kommu and grow it to be the biggest community platform in Europe. We've got all the necessary ingredients in-house, from software development to marketing and investor relations, which makes us faster and more agile than our competitors. And we are backed by international and celebrity investors, as well as advisors. Our advisor, Supratim Chatterjee, was the 4th member of Facebook. At this very moment, loneliness is the biggest social catastrophe of our lifetime, and your help really matters. We are open to discuss investments at the moment with our seed funding round. About a third of it is already in. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
And now questions from our jury.
Yes, thank you so much. Fantastic presentation. So I am the competitive landscape person. I want to ask again, how is it looking like, and what's your positioning in this industry?
Yes, so biggest competitors are Facebook groups, and we all know the problems in those. And there's no way to monetize Facebook groups. And there is one company in Europe who does corporate volunteering platform, but they only do it with non-profits. So we have the individual person side. And in a way, Convoy is an ecosystem, so if you take one part away, then it doesn't work anymore. Yes.
I have a follow-up question. It seems like you guys have taken Finland and you're ready to go out.
Yes.
How can you replicate the onboarding and selling process in other markets? What's the process?
Yes, so 2 weeks ago we launched in Norway, and we now have the first 1,000 users there. And we are a global company, so we have to go and find the first people in neighborhoods. And that goes through non-profit and company collaboration. And of course, through social media advertising. Yes, thank you.
Great pitch, thank you. Really interesting idea. One thing really quick question. It said that you're anonymous when you were comparing the other people on the field. Could you please elaborate on that?
Yes, so in Kommu you can also ask for help anonymously if you want to, because some subjects such as substance abuse or going through a divorce or that you cannot buy your groceries might be so intimate that you don't want to just share it out there. So you can also ask anonymously for help from people in your neighborhood.
And is there an idea to also look at how more from a legal point of view of invention, or would you ever interfere with such matters, or you don't want to go there?
We don't want to go there, and in Kommu all helping is free, it's not freelancing, so money is not involved. And we have different ways to make sure that our users feel safe. So there's, for example, credibility meters, so you can check a user's credibility before you meet them. Thank you.
Hi, just a few questions on your traction. So you said you have 3,000 users, which is really cool, but how many of them have made matches with someone trying to get someone to volunteer?
Yes, so we have 20,000 registered users in Finland at the moment. And we are now tweaking how we measure it, that have this person really gotten help. So about 40% of our users at the moment say that, yes, I have received help, but there's a lot of improvement to do that.
Thanks. And what are the most typical volunteer options?
Yeah, at the moment, helping Ukrainians get settled in their new communities. Then it's a lot about just being there, because it's, at least in Finland, the social security system cannot take care of all of us. And as we're heading into this very difficult winter, we see that the only way to help, survive, is to help each other. So in the last 2 weeks, the need for food aid, that can you buy me a bag of groceries, can you buy my family a bag of groceries, has tripled in Commo. So, yeah. Thank you.
Now let's open up for our last question.
Okay, great initiative. Question around, you're talking about credibility, and all of these questions that people want to discuss is quite sensitive. So what about other platforms are selling data, etc.? How do you deal with your data that you collect?
Yes, we do not sell the data outside of Commo.
And that is something that you will not do going forward, etc. as well, or let marketing come into your platform?
We are piloting a marketing opportunity, but we will not open Commo, for example, to Google networks. So that is a line we have drawn. As a marketer myself, I know the problems that would arise. There's a new Volvo when you want food.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next picture is Lisa Roth from the Swedish startup Scalink AB. Scalink has hardware solutions that help accelerate the development of quantum computers. Please give Lisa a warm welcome.
Transitioning to renewable energy, battling diseases, and feeding a growing population. These are some of our toughest challenges, and to face them, we need quantum computers. Several billion-dollar companies are already investing into this technology to develop more efficient batteries, better medicines, and optimizing fertilizers. But we're not there yet, and there are still some obstacles to overcome in order to build a commercial machine. My name is Lisa Roth. I'm a co-founder of Scalink, and we develop hardware solutions that accelerates the advancement of quantum computers. A big issue in scaling these machines up are that we need to increase the number of quantum bits in a processor. And today, the processor holder is a limiting factor, which is similar to a motherboard in a conventional computer. Developing suitable solutions can take months or even years. That's why we have developed Linker. It's a high-density process holder that enables hundreds of quantum bits. It has a high validated technical performance, and it's adjustable to fit most systems. And this is just our first product that we will supply to the industry. Through direct sales and vendors, we can offer our solutions globally to anyone developing a quantum computer, both commercial and academic actors. Behind Scalink, we have a great founding team, combining rare expertise in quantum physics and microwave engineering, together with experience from several startups. The company was founded just 6 months ago, but we're already building momentum. And I would like to highlight that we have received over €500,000 in grants. We were selected as one of 7 quantum startups to keep an eye on, and we have quoted a total value of €140,000. A majority of that are now confirmed orders. Yes, we have started sales. We are right now looking for a seed investment of €750,000 to extend our runway with an additional 18 months, aside from our current revenue and grants. And this will enable us to accelerate our efforts in R&D, sales, and build up an inventory to meet customer demands. Quantum computers have already made a tremendous progress, and there is an exciting journey ahead. At Scalink, we're looking for team members, advisors, and investors. So do reach out if you want to make an impact and tackle some of the world's toughest problems. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I almost don't dare ask a question in this area because it shows how little I know. But I'm going to give it a shot. For the past 9 months or so, we've heard a lot in the news about difficulties in supply chain. Is that something that affects your solution or your product? And if so, what are you doing about it?
Yes, so it is physical products, so we're affected just like everyone else in the supply chain. That's one of the reasons that we want to use this seed investment rather than growing organically, because right now the lead times on certain components can be several months, and a big value offering is that we save time for our customers. So being able to buy a lot of components in advance and then send out directly to customers is very important to us. So that's one of the reasons for the seed investment. Right now we have a limited ability with our cash flow to do that. We are bringing the supply chain closer to home. That's not only for the lead times, but also for export regulations. So all our suppliers except one is European, and most of them are in the Nordics.
I'll try it one more time.
Yeah, sorry.
No. We've looked at a lot of company in sort of the semiconductor and microchip area as well, and I've understood that they're becoming smarter as well and being able to hold much more information. Does that affect your business at all?
So when it comes to comparing computers and quantum computers, they're built in a very different way, and they're solving problems in very different ways as well. So even though the conventional computing industry can become better and better, the quantum computer is expected to have an exponential more computing power in comparison.
I guess with any business, there's a question of timing, and quantum computing, obviously a lot of money is flowing into that area, at least in Denmark, a lot is happening. But do you think the time is right currently to build this solution, or are you waiting for the market to kind of take a change for it to kind of, explode?
Yeah, so that's one reason why I'm very excited about the business that we're building. There's a lot of people that are betting on quantum, which and building commercial solutions, which can take years, and they're not going to reach any revenue until that. We're a part of building that. We're a part of helping the industry get there. So we have revenues already, and we can grow together with the market. So if the development is not transitioning as expected, our growth will be less than expected, but we can still grow together with the industry.
One great pitch, thank you. I don't know how to phrase this question because you were saying amazingly done, 6 months, but you were saying that you actually have traction already. How do you make sure, because you are pretty new and it is a new technology, how do you make sure that you don't take too much in and too many customers in and grow with the industry? Like, what's the go-to market strategy there in order to partner up with companies instead of just selling?
Yeah, so that is a big part of what we're doing. The solution, I just want to clarify, although the company is just 6 months, the technology has been developed over time at the Chalmers University, which we're a spin-off from, so it has years of research behind it. But we know that when you initially launch a product, people are going to want certain adaptations, and they want to make sure it fits exactly what they're doing. So we are talking to several commercial players, and we're helping them co-developing these solutions, so to speak, in order to make sure that our value offering is really suitable for their technology roadmap.
And those were all the questions. Thank you so much. Give her a huge round of applause. And now it's time to introduce our, let's see, I went to the wrong slide. Next up, we have Ann-Mia Ambiari from the Danish startup Oris Robotics, which uses AI and robotics to sort waste for achieving better recycling. Please give Ann-Mia Ambiari a huge round of applause.
Thank you. Should we teach 8 billion people how to sort their waste, or one AI? My name is Ann-Mia. I'm co-founder of Oris Robotics, where we are rethinking recycling. The recycling system depends on consumers, who find it difficult and confusing. This leads to poor sorting and thereby wasted materials. In Europe, we produce over 800 million tons of waste every year. This means the average European is responsible for producing over 70 times their own body mass in waste. With outdated infrastructure, this problem gets even worse, with some countries landfilling up to 90% of their resources. With EU mandates to reduce landfill amounts to less than 10% by 2035, the demand is urgent. At Oris Robotics, we shift the responsibility of sorting waste from people to machines, because with better sorting, we have better recycling. We have partnered up with Denmark's 3 leading recycling companies and are starting pilot projects with customers this year. We are part of Oris Robotics Hub and have received over 150,000 euros in soft funding. Our solution is a customizable AI that can close a loop on any linear waste stream. Our advantage is using simple cameras, advanced deep learning, together with a mechanical picker to automatically sort waste. This makes our product cheaper to produce, easier to scale, and achieves a precision of over 99%. By improving the purity of sorted fractions, we allow recycled materials to compete with virgin material, kickstarting the circular economy. We offer installation for a one-time fee of 140,000 euros with a return on investment of less than 1 year. This is followed by an annual licensing fee of 30,000 euros, which includes maintenance and remote software updates. Our beachhead market is worth 7 million euros, with 1 million in annual reoccurring revenue. The Danish recycling market is valued at 1.2 billion euros, and if you look to Europe, this number is 90 billion, with significant white space and demand for optical recognition. We are a founding team passionate about the environment. Custin and Sina are robotic engineers and are responsible for the development of our hardware and software. I come from a business background, and I'm leading our business development. Together, we would use this award to purchase the mechanical equipment we need for the next phase of development. So with your support today, we can turn waste streams into value streams. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Great presentation, and I really like in the website that you're counting the garbage in the world. Fantastic thing. So my question is, what is the type of client, and how is the selling process there?
Right. So right now we're focusing on public and private recycling facilities. So this both includes the municipalities that collect waste and the private companies that then buy the waste from them, or the materials to recycle it further. We can sell to both these, and then we're also on the side development, also talking to hospitals and building industries. There's many areas with waste, but focusing on recycling facilities.
Thank you. So is this pilot projects you have with these clients? Okay. Is your current equipment, so that's ready to do this, what you just said? Or is it like the next stage? How far has the current equipment come?
Right, so we're focused on our core technology, which is what gives us an advantage in this industry, is the AI. This took us about around 3 years now to perfect a very robust AI that's now ready for any linear waste stream. So our sales and production team is now off and bring that to market, while our development team is partnering up with other mechanical robotic sorting facilities that don't use AI to increase the efficiency of their products. Yes, thank you.
Super quick question. You were saying that your business model was 140 and then a yearly cost of 30. Mm-hmm. Is that not dependent of the size of the customer? Or is it just like is that one way of selling, or how are you gonna handle larger customers and smaller customers?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a great question. So the price point that we brought up here are based on what we validated with our beachhead market. And yes, of course, it would depend. It would be a larger cost for larger customers, smaller for smaller. I can't bring a whole market segmentation sheet to the presentation today, so this is what we're selling it for right now as a standard solution. Thank you.
Do we have any more questions from, yes?
Hi, I don't know much about the sort of this industry, but do you need to change a lot about sort of the value chain or the way the linear process is working now to deploy your solution? And is it the same sort of process in all of Europe?
That's a really great question. I'm actually very glad you brought that up. No, actually, a point that we outcompete with our customers, or not with our competitors right now, is that rather than selling really large solutions at high cost that means that they have shut down for months to build a whole new facility, is that we can offer high ease of integration. It's very simple with just a camera on a conveyor belt or in a container. So it's facilities they already have in place. Put a camera on it and put picking arms, and that's it. So yeah, that's how we outcompete. Thank you.
Thanks.
If we have one last question, we have time for that. No? That was it. Thank you so much. Give her a huge round of applause. And now it is time for our next Swedish startup, Reconnect. Reconnect is a B2B SaaS startup reimagining post-market success for medical devices. Please give a warm welcome to the stage for our amazing pitcher, Brandy Zhu.
I'm Brandy, the co-founder of Reconnect, a B2B SaaS solution that empowers medtech companies to achieve post-market success. Let's meet Emma. Emma owns a Swedish medtech company. They have sold over 200 devices to hospitals through distributors and resellers. But more they sell globally, the more disconnected they are with the devices and users. The feedback loop is broken. Which customer groups are using the device? How the customers are using the device? And does the device work as expected? By 2025, the new EU regulation requires a closer surveillance on devices in the post-market. And yet, Emma is still missing the required device data and user insights. This is our solution for Emma, Reconnect, the first ever medical device success platform that centralizes device and user relationships in one place. Each device is linked to its stakeholders for easier monitoring and real-time support. Each stakeholder can fully understand the device and give feedback. And moreover, the audit trail workflow makes regulatory reporting seamless. Now with Reconnect, Emma can easily manage the device and user relationships, reclaim the ownership of device and customer data, and collaborate with her distributors and resellers. There's a huge market potential of 25 billion euros for our solution. A fast-growing Swedish medtech company has benefited from Reconnect. And now we're working with 9 more pilot customers to refine this unique solution together. We're a team of 3. Will and Pontus are my co-founders. Together, we have the knowledge, experience, and shared vision to drive this forward. 5 weeks ago, we opened our pre-seed round. 50% is committed already. We're looking for investors who understand B2B SaaS and medtech industries. Come talk to us and be part of medical device success. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. Could you explain how the onboarding happens at the sort of hospitals? Is Emma responsible for that? Who's like the super user of your platform out in the real world?
Yeah, so we the super user of our platform is going to be the medtech owners. So they can construct their all the device knowledge on the platform and then dedicate or deliver the information to the head of doctors or head of nurses in the hospitals.
Thank you. So a follow-on question to that. Since usage is based on the doctors or the nurses actually using it, what sort of go-to-market approach do you have, if you have anything geared towards them, to ensure volumes and usages increase?
Yeah, so actually this is a really good question, because one of our pilot customers use our platform to tie it with their warranty for their product. So when they activate the registered platform, they will activate their warranty for their devices and follow on service afterwards.
Thank you, Emma. Can you give some words about the competitive landscape? I guess this is an attractive area given the regulation, etc. That's coming up.
Yeah, thank you. So far, we compare ourselves with product success platforms such as Propel, so it's more like a product lifecycle management system, and then also together with the customer success platform, which is, for example, Gainsight. So collect customer engagement, build customer engagement. And then we position ourselves more close to a XRM system, which is extended relationship management for medtech companies, which including device management, stakeholder management, and customer management in one place.
My question is on defensibility. How easy or difficult it is for a medtech client company here to develop this themselves?
A good question. Yes. So far we have our brand name and also software registered as trademark, and in the future we already have started our roadmap on AI implementation. We will develop our own algorithm and code perhaps in the future, so which also can be patentable. And then the third point, I would say, we are not afraid of competition, and competition makes our solution better. And with this, with more input, and yeah.
Super. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, Brandy. I mean, I've heard you guys so many times. It's amazing. I actually have one question just came up to mind, because your solution can be used for other industries. Is that something you will ever consider, or you want to just focus on medtech?
Thank you. That's a really good question. Actually, right now, our vertical is medtech, because we have developed this solution with medtech company. We got a lot of insights from them. So currently, we want conquer this industry first. Of course, our industry can be used for lab tech, for example, biotech, and manufacturing. So those areas we want to explore in the future. But there's different regulation to different industries. There will be different need and features for this platform. So we want to focus on medtech for now, and in the future, we can expand to other industries.
We have time for one last question, if anyone has any more, or else.
Dream customer, who would it be?
Dream customer, good question. I would say Siemens.
Thank you so much. Give her a round of applause.
Thank you.
Welcome, Don. Much love for Brandy Zoo. We've just heard from 5 amazing startups pitching their ideas, and now, so that we can kind of digest what we've heard and stretch our legs, it's time for our first break. It is now 11 o'clock. We'll have a 15-minute break. The next pitches will start at 1:15. So make sure that you're sitting down at 1:15. See you soon. The next pitch will start in 1 minute. Please grab a seat by the stage. Thank you. Please take a seat in the audience. The pitches will begin in 1 minute. If everyone can please. If everyone can please grab a seat, it is time to start the pitches. Let's see. How is it that they do it in Hyper Island? Is it? It's something so that everyone knows to be quiet. Is it? Nice. Welcome back. I hope it seems as if you've had some amazing conversations. We're a little bit behind schedule, but I think that will be fine. Now it is time to hear from 4 more startups pitching their businesses. But before I welcome the first of this new batch to the stage, we actually have an exciting announcement from one of our jury members. So please welcome to the stage, Virginia.
She hides away. Won't you take a ride with me to the inner space?
Thank you. All right, so I want to take you quickly through the VC Challenge, the new Nordic project that we're working on. So again, my name is Virginia, and I'm a woman on a mission to create the next generation of Nordic venture. The VC Challenge is a program where we help first-time managers in the process of setting up Fund 1. And how we do it, it's a competence program where we take you through all the steps that you need to know in order to set up your first fund. So it's all about fund setup. What are the economics? What is the regulation? What is the roles you need to have? It's all about fund returns, how you construct a portfolio, how do you actually model and predict the returns of the fund. Is the startup investment process from a venture perspective? What's the difference between a good angel deal and a good VC deal? And the most important thing, how do you get LPs or investors into your first fund? And how we do it is that we combine academia with real experience. We have a group of Stanford professors that are sitting in the valley that know everything about venture and how to do it. But then we also bring the Nordic perspective, emerging managers and established funds from the region, and also LPs that are actively investing in the region. So who is it for? It's basically anyone that wants to set up their first fund. But these are some of the people we have been working in the last 2 years doing this job. So business angels and business angel networks, it's CEOs and startup employees, a lot of community players, incubators, accelerators, innovation centers. We also work with venture capitalists themselves, typically the startup CEO that becomes VC. We work with some corporates setting up their first venture arm, and also family offices and limited partners that wants to be more exposed into venture. But a fantastic question I get all the time. Do we really need another VC fund? The answer is, in my opinion, yes. Emerging managers, first-time funds, bring a lot of good things into the market. They bring innovation, specifically in the financial sector, new ways of investing, new ways of working with companies, etc. They bring competition, more capital into the market, meaning that the founders have a stronger negotiation position. It brings diversity of thoughts, skills, background in a world that is more and more complex and more different. And last but not least, it makes sure that the companies that deserve funding get the funding they need. In essence, emerging managers cover the funding gaps in the market. And we need a lot of VCs, a lot of new funds, but most of all, we need more women-led funds. I think everyone knows that, unfortunately, in Europe and the Nordics, only 50% of the GPs, this is decision makers and owners with carry, are women. Why do we need women in venture? Tons of reasons. But the most important thing is that women VCs invest in female founders twice as often as men do. Meaning that if we want to help with more companies women-led succeed, we need to start here. And if we can go forever on this topic, why do we need more women? Why do we need to invest in more women? Many reasons, but fantastic data that Unconventional Ventures report showed to us last year, thank you, Thea, for a fantastic job, is that women are 73% more likely to start impact companies than male teams, which is, in essence, one of the things we need to do now if we want to solve one of the biggest social, governmental, and environmental challenges in the world today. So, to wrap it up, precisely because venture capital does so much to shape society, it must become more diverse, both in terms of the investors they attract, but also the startups it finances. So if you're planning to raise a fund, if you're doing that already, or if you haven't thought about the idea but sounds like something you would do, talk to me and join the next VC Challenge. Let's build the next generation of Nordic venture together. Thank you so much. See you later.
Thank you so much. And now it is time to introduce our sixth pitcher of the day from the Norwegian startup Susti, empowering fashion lovers to make more sustainable decisions. The boss woman with the coolest name, welcome, Gabriella Bossman.
Fashion is broken. Did you know that if the fashion industry were a country, it would be the third largest polluter on Earth? Each year, we dispose the equivalent of 2,000 Eiffel Towers worth of clothing. If there is to be a future for the fashion industry, it has to be sustainable, and now. Fortunately, millions of people are waking up to this reality and want to shop more sustainably. The challenge is there is no easy way to be a sustainable shopper online, even if you want to. And that is why we have created Susti, to empower fashion lovers to make more sustainable decisions. You can think of us as your sustainable online shopping assistant. So what is Susti today? Susti is an online tool reimagining the future of fashion. We are able to provide instant sustainability data on any e-commerce site online. But more than that, we are able to provide you with sustainable alternatives in 4 categories: second-hand, rental, repair, and sustainable brands. The market is exploding with second-hand platforms, eco-brands, rental options. We are the ones to bring it together to support a better user experience. But this is just the beginning for us. The Susti vision is big. We are creating a whole ecosystem to enable people to shop more sustainably and creating community at the same time. We are turning one of the world's largest industries upside down. The market opportunity is huge in this space. But more than that, the sustainable fashion market is growing at twice the rate of the normal fashion market, and we will accelerate that. And as for our business model, simply put, we take a commission of each transaction that is made through our platform and charge brands and platforms a license to play. And as for our traction, our community is already in the thousands organically. We have onboarded tens of brands, including large multinationals. And with only 6 months in operation, we have been identified as one of the top 50 Nordic impact startups. And we haven't even launched yet. So why now? I'll give you 3 reasons. Firstly, if this year's Met Gala is anything to go by, sustainability will be on the fashion agenda for years to come. The question isn't if, but when, and we will accelerate that. Secondly, consumer behavior is changing. The next generation of purchasers is no longer interested in designers and labels if they are not sustainable. And finally, legislative pressure. The EU's Green Deal was recently published, calling brands and companies to account on their transparency and sustainability, and many more countries are soon to follow. So if I haven't convinced you already, with our backgrounds in e-commerce, sustainability, major operations, blockchain, and so much more, we are perfectly positioned to solve this problem. So join us as we empower millions of people to make more sustainable decisions. Thank you.
Great mission.
Thank you.
So when can I get started? You said you haven't started. I actually tried to log in
yesterday
and it was 115 days.
Yes.
So where are you with regards to traction to onboard your users?
Yes, so we have an exclusive private beta launch in the next month, where we're actually going to be going out and giving the product to our target user to test, to understand what the features that do work and that don't work, etc. We are not of the mind that you sort of build a product for years on end in the dark somewhere. We give it straight to the user, help them to allow us to understand how to create a better product. So within a month's time, you'll be able to use our product.
Great pitch. Quick question. Will you help companies to get more sustainable as well? Or is it more like, hey, people aren't buying your things because it's not sustainable, we can show that, and then they don't know what to do with it? How's that vision going?
Such a good question. What is really exciting about our product is that we're actually able to analyze consumer behavior. We're able to see what people look at and then what they then decide to buy after the fact. Our hope is that by providing them with some more sustainable options, they will choose those options. And in so doing, that will actually change companies' behaviors around what they are actually selling. And we are able to provide that information to companies to show what the consumer and the user journey is, where they began, where they ended up, and what they ended up purchasing. So in many ways, we are empowering people, but we're also empowering companies to make better supply chain and production decisions as well.
What do you think will be the key points that are necessary to get the brands on your site?
So what's really exciting, it's another really great question. What's really exciting about our product is that because it's available on any e-commerce site, we are actually able to create a bridge between the user and the sustainable brand/platform. So an individual can be shopping on Zalando, on ASOS, on Nelly, anywhere, and their brands will be coming up. At the moment, what we see is that smaller brands drown in SEO. They're not able to get up on that level to be able to display their options to sustainably motivated people. So we are creating that bridge between the two, and we are allowing for an alternative for even SEO spend. A lot of companies spend a lot of money on social media, etc. But when I'm on social media, I'm looking at my friends' holidays and their dogs. I'm not there in a shopping mindset. We are with users right at the point at which they're shopping, which is a really strong value proposition for brands.
And building on that question, how are you onboarding these brands, and are you doing all of the tagging to do the comparison yourself, or how are you finding sort of the alternative options?
Again, it's a really good question. So what the beauty of our product is that it's helped by APIs. If we're able to get an API from each of the brands or platforms, that's fantastic. But we're still able to do to match items through our string matching technology with options on their respective websites, etc. So even without the API, we can still provide their brand as an option. And this is especially interesting or important for smaller brands that don't have the technological savvy to be able to develop an API. How we are currently onboarding our brands is by basically showing them the community and the traction that we already have and the value proposition around being a connection between sustainably motivated people and their respective brands. We already have tens of brands that are onboarded, and we recognize that as we launch the product and as people use it more, we're even then able to present to other brands that, hey, we managed to bring you X amount of traffic. Let's create a partnership so we can empower you even further in your mission to provide sustainable alternatives.
Maybe an interesting question, not to offend, but I mean, technically, you could use brands that haven't really signed with you, right? Like, you could show that, hey, yes, I'm a user, I go into H&M and I just use it, and then you tell me that, hey, use Zalando's X. Will you do that as well, or will you just partner with brands who come to you and say, we want to be on your platform?
The most important thing for us is the user experience. We need to keep people coming back, and we need to be able to provide them with sustainable alternatives that are relevant for them. So for us, in the first instance, is ensuring that we have as many options as possible, even if we don't have a partnership with the brand. But then we're able to display to them that, hey, this is what we've managed to bring to you, to our users. Our users are using X% of your products or purchasing. Let's create a partnership to enable you and power you even further.
We have time for one last question if you have any more. If not, oh, yeah?
Yeah, I can ask one last question.
Yes, please.
So you mentioned a little bit about your vision. So I'm going to ask a similar question what I asked earlier. Do you have a sort of a dream state or a dream customer? Or if you look back on this and in 5 years, where do you want to be?
This is a great question, and I get very excited about this. When I make this statement, we are reimagining the future of fashion. It's not something that I throw away. We are recognizing that online shopping hasn't really changed much. It's just paper catalogs that have been taken online. If we are able to create a whole ecosystem where people can engage with each other, they can see what their existing wardrobe is and make more informed decisions about what they do and don't buy, etc. We are creating a whole community and a new way in which people can actually shop online. So in 5 years' time, I see us as an indispensable part of every shopping journey online for fashion items, empowering people every step of the way.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Gabriella Bossman, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay.
And now let's welcome to the stage another Swedish startup, Convoy, a scheduling optimization platform tailor-made to meet the staffing challenges of the health and long-term care sectors using advanced mathematical optimization, which is a subfield of artificial intelligence. Please give a warm hand to Tilda Lundgren.
Hello everyone, my name is Tilda. I am here to talk to you about staff scheduling, and in particular AI-powered scheduling for the care sector. The Swedish care sector is facing a massive competence shortage. This is what the labor market looks like today in Sweden. So 10% are working in elderly care personal assistance. We all know the real aging population, more people need to take care of them. So this is what it needs to look like tomorrow. So going from 10% to 45%, it's absolutely unreasonable. And it makes it even more unreasonable when we factor in this, that care professionals are already leaving. So these are numbers from elderly care nurses. 2 out of 3 are worried how they will be able to work until retirement age. 1 out of 3 are planning to leave the sector within 3 years. 90% of the elderly care workforce are women. And I'm doubtful that we would ever accept these kind of numbers in a male-dominated field. So what's the problem? Of course, it's very complex. It's understaffing, low salaries. But one factor that we can do something about here today is scheduling. Scheduling in this sector is manual. And since it's manual, it's time-consuming, it's suboptimal, it's inflexible, and it's conflict-prone. So yeah, this we decided to solve. And who are we? You already know me, I'm Tilda. I have a background in advanced scheduling optimization, in particular for the aviation industry. So I've been working at Boeing, but also studied scheduling optimization at both KTH and in Sydney. With me, I have my colleague John, who has a background in software engineering, working at Kry, Spotify. We've built an MVP. And we've demoed it and received great feedback. This is what they're saying. A pilot partner, a municipality. And before I move on, I want to make it absolutely clear for everyone in here that this is something new. It's something different. It's different from Excel and pen and paper, who very many people are using today. It's different from the manual scheduling support systems that they use on top of Excel. They're using both whiteboards and different. Market size, roughly depending on how you count, the Swedish long-term care sector and healthcare sector spends 400 billion SEK each year. 75 to 80% are staff costs. If you would factor in they were using AI-powered scheduling instead with our product, 1 out of 30 could spend their time on core tasks instead of manual scheduling. If you do the math, 10 billion SEK in resulting like direct time saving, and then we're not factoring the soft pots. So now, what happens now? We are raising an angel round. We have a bunch of investors already committed, so now we're looking for some complementing profiles to be able to close this. So please come up and say hello after this and have a chat if you're interested. All right.
Thanks for a great presentation. Are there any other market verticals that you could see applying this to, other than the care sector?
This is all about 24/7 shift scheduling. So of course there's room for pivoting here. I had a chat with a friend who is working in the police, quite similar challenges here. So there's anywhere you would find 24/7 scheduling, staff scheduling, this would be very interesting. But laser focused on this initial niche where because of contextual reasons, the demand is extremely high, and the pressure for new solutions is extremely high, especially in the elderly care sector. Nurses are forming protest groups called Hälsoschema Nej Tack, Undersköterskeupproret. It's very much pressing in this sector. That's why we've chosen it.
Excellent. Thank you for a great presentation. I'm a little bit curious to understand a bit better how it works. It's still a shortage of people, etc. You also said it addresses all the current system. They are inflexible and tend to be conflict prone.
Yeah.
How do you address the shortage and these other features in your way of doing it?
So the method of doing scheduling today is önskeschema, tvättstugeschema. You can kind of imagine how this is working if you speak Swedish, sorry. So it's very much everyone is involved in scheduling, doing their own like wish schedules, etc. This is much more, rather going the other way around, doing the schedule with their wishes as inputs and generating a schedule which is human-centered and like catering to individual wishes. But this is actually a mature field. The nurse scheduling problem is a well-researched problem, like in the aviation sector. So, of course, the mathematical optimization here is really important, but it's really all about like context. Understanding the political union negotiations, understanding the work regulations, understanding the historical context, etc. So, yeah.
Great presentation. I had so much fun. So I think you haven't told us about the pricing model. Can you expand on that?
Right. So envisioning to sell this as a like software as a service platform, where municipalities or private care providers would be the paying customer, paying like a subscription fee for an online platform, basically.
Can you walk us through the sales process there?
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Can you walk us through the sales process? How easy is to onboard these municipalities?
Yeah, so 80% of this market is like public, so public organizations, municipalities. At least if we look at Sweden and in the Nordics. So of course, like doing public procurement becomes a part of this, and this I would actually point out as one of the greatest challenges. The technical risk here, quite low. It's like we've already built, we've seen that it works. But the go-to-market strategy here is actually one of our greatest challenges. To go like with a public procurement or like a direct procurement or going through like partnerships. And that's something like we're investigating a lot in and looking into. But given the pilot partnerships, relationships that we have today, I would say that going the public procurement way is actually not that unreasonable. I see reasons why it actually could work.
But I'm excited to see that your co-founder has been in Kri, so he knows how to do it probably.
Right, yeah. I'm the sole founder, but he's my colleague and CTO to be.
Maybe just one final question. How is this software going to live in sort of the existing tech stack? Is it going to be like a separate system or?
Very good question. The IT landscape is very fragmented. One of the big pain points here is that like they're literally sitting, doing manual, like shift per shift, extremely manual, because these IT systems are not talking to each other. So that's also why we have that in the roadmap to kind of first come as an add-on and then successively replace. But yeah, they're not having open APIs between each other today. So it's a lot of manual add-ons. But doing like batch jobs is a way around it. To import and export information from like neighboring IT systems. So that's a very, very relevant question.
And those were all of the questions. Thank you so much. Give it up for Tilda. Good job. And we keep hearing that you have very good questions. So good job, jury. Yeah. And next up, we have Sidsel Høyer Knudsen from the Danish startup Dora Nordics. They are digitizing the road freight transport industry and enable haulers and freight forwarders to improve their workflows and use data-driven insights in their route planning. Give a warm hand to Sidel.
Hi, I'm very happy to be here today. My name is Sissel and I'm the co-founder of Dora. So our mission is to reduce CO2 emissions from the road freight transportation industry, and we do this by digitalizing the small to medium-sized carriers. So this is Dennis. He took over his family fleet of 10 trucks. His main pain points are collecting data from his drivers on paper, and then documentation, which is ever increasing, and it means a delay in his cash flow. And regulatory change, which causes freight forwarders to demand CO2 reporting from their subcontractors, And Dennis is a subcontractor to freight forwarders, and 80% of his turnover comes from these. Oh, and the problem here is that all of Dennis's CO2 emissions are hidden inside of the papers. So Dora is a B2B transport management system, or TMS, that has been designed for fast and flexible workflows. And it's unlike the traditional TMS that are built for different transportation modes and are very complex. So we enable our users to digitize their data and ease the administration. And then it's also possible to do automated CO2 reporting that you can then share directly with customers. And this is especially important for the freight forwarders because they save a lot of time and they don't have to manually collect this from their subcontractors. So the next natural step for us is also to bring freight forwarders on board on Dora as well. And finally, the small carriers are able to future-proof their businesses by unlocking deeper insights on their business and keep their family brand alive. We launched in June and have 12 paying customers with an MRR of 2.7K, and with our current sales pipeline, we expect to have 10K in 6 months' time. So the market is very fragmented, and the smaller truckers represent 94% of the total players in Denmark and 97% in Germany. And there are 700,000 European carriers, and the European market share of global TMS spending is 1/3. Sorry, and this is growing by 10% year by year. This is our team, and my co-founder and sister has been working in transportation for the past 10 years, and latest as a freight forwarder herself. I'm a software developer with a business degree background, and I used to work in tech startups in Berlin. Then we have Peter, who's our CTO, and he has more than 25 years of experience as a software developer. And then you might recognize Dennis. He is from a family of carriers, but he's with us now. And he used to be a freight forwarder as well, and he also has a degree in supply chain management. We are raising 500K, and this will be used primarily to strengthen our sales team in the Swedish market, and we also want to test out the German market in terms of how the product fits to the rest of Europe, basically, starting in Germany. We already have a great network of industry experts, and we have key partnerships in place with road freight trade associations, and we have our first committed German business angels. Yeah, so if you're into impact, we're looking for support in our sales journey as a B2B SaaS company. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Could you elaborate a little bit on your business model and the pricing?
Yeah, so right now they're paying 200 users per user, and our current companies or customers have 1 or 2 users per company, and we're aiming to scale that, so the more we build our product, the more we'll be able to get bigger customers. Yeah.
What would you say would be the biggest bottlenecks to prevent you from scaling?
The biggest problem?
Biggest problems.
Yeah, sorry. So definitely seeing how the product works in different markets. So we know the Scandinavian market very well. We can see that there are exactly the same characteristics of the Danish and the German market, the different levels of digitalization, and that's why we want to try to see, and also given that Germany is the biggest, takes up the biggest share of road freight sales in Europe, this will be the perfect market to test out how the product adapts. And then credibility is so important because they're all networked, they all know each other, so having the right brand and making sure you don't stand out for something wrong, it's super important.
One quick question. You said that you're focusing on SMB, small, medium businesses. And then I think you said 97%. Is that why? Or why won't you also allow this for larger players in the field?
We will be onboarding larger players, but the critical mass of the smaller ones are the ones that's sitting with all the data that is not available yet. So everyone relies on everyone, like the smaller ones rely on the bigger ones to hire them as subcontractors, but the bigger ones also depend on the resources coming from all these subcontractors. But the essential problem is the data not really coming from bottom up. So they're not able to provide proper CO2 reporting for their own customers. So that's why we start with the data and then building a product and taking more on later.
We have time for one last question now.
Okay, then I would love to hear a little bit of what's the current alternatives, or if you can elaborate a little bit on the competition.
Yeah, so our biggest competitor is Excel. And that's both in smaller companies and in bigger companies. So even though some of the bigger companies already have TMS, they tend to use Excel for their dispatching. And it's within this dispatching, the planning data, that you can find everything that unlocks the CO2 emissions and capacity utilization and such. But we do have competitors. They tend to stay very local, and they don't really focus in the same way that we want to try to differentiate ourselves on the dynamics of the market and how much they collaborate together. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Give her a warm hand. And now we've reached our final picture for the day. Last but not least, let me welcome a Swedish startup, Asker Technologies, a platform that turns everyone into an interview professional and helps you find the right person for the job using a structured interview approach that is objective and candidate-friendly. Please give a warm welcome to Anna Åslund.
To the heavens where it meets the sky. You could take me all the way to nebulas.
Hi, nice to meet you all. I'm Anna, CMO and co-founder of Asker Technologies. Do you want to know part of the reason why only 0.7% of venture capitals goes into female-founded companies? It's because we, and by we I mean human beings, are really, really bad at making good, objective decisions. This is particularly true when talking about recruitment. Do you know that an interviewer, the average interviewer, make up their mind about a person in less than 7 minutes in a job interview? We also tend to ask different questions to different people depending on their names. And don't get me started on how men and women are treated differently, right? So the problem with the interview today is that it's really, really hard to make objective and data-driven decisions because we lack the support and structure needed. But research shows again and again that, in fact, the job interview can be one of the strongest predictors of future work performance if we do it right. So, Asker Technology is a platform that increases the likelihood of making the right hiring decision by up to 4.5 times. Our platform helps the job interviewer with what questions to ask, how to evaluate the answers, and how to compare candidates more objectively. We're a B2B SaaS company, and we sell the platform through a subscription model today. We currently have 12 customers, 2 of which are paying, and the current value of our pipeline that we could close this year is 44,000 euros in ARR. In addition to faster and fairer processes, we see that candidates or job seekers are actually choosing our customers over their industry competitors thanks to their super professional job interviews, which we're really happy about. So, how many of you in here have ever been to a job interview? Raise your hand. Look around you. I think I can see everyone's hands in here. So there are around 7 billion job interviews being conducted each year globally, and the market for pre-hire tools have been valued at 4.5 billion euros. We're 4 founders, and we worked together for many years in the recruitment tool industry. And there we had the great privilege of helping some of the most prominent companies, both in Sweden and the world, with their recruitments. Because of our knowledge and experience from the industry, we know for a fact that no one before Asker has managed to solve the interview problems. So today, we're inviting you to come along on our journey to make an unmodern recruitment method more data-driven, fairer, and better for everyone. Soon, we're raising a pre-seed round, and are looking for both capital and expertise to take Asker to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. Great presentation. I think I would be interested in being a client, so let's talk later.
Absolutely.
But if you walk us quickly through the competitive landscape and what are the options for SME companies looking for tools like this?
Yeah, sure. Like I said, like all companies do interviews today, and if you look at, we see a lot of like interviewing companies, like helping companies with their interviews. But what we see is that they're focused on solving like one problem with the interviews. So, for example, we have businesses doing video interviews, or like selling platforms for video interviews. We also have like the screening robots helping out in the interview. Asker is focused on solving the entire interview process and helping. So like from planning to structuring, actual interviewing, and then the post-assessment and analysis. And there we're pretty much alone today, which is great. So we can also look at like bigger recruitment systems. I don't know if you know, like Team Taylor, for example. They usually have like some features to help out with the interview, but that's like one feature out of like maybe 100 that they're offering. So no one's really focused on just improving the interview.
Thank you for a great pitch.
Thank you.
If we just look at your technical platform, are you able to integrate it with existing platforms such as Lever, which is a product that...
Sorry, what was the last part?
Lever. I don't know
Hold
if
the
you've heard of
microphone a little bit closer.
Sorry. For instance, Lever, which a lot of companies use. It's also
an
interview platform.
Like a recruitment system.
Like, would this be a replacement for that, or would it be an addition, would you say?
Yes, great question. And this is one of the most important things that we're looking into at the moment. So we're definitely building integrations to integrate to bigger platforms to be able to sell our product through that. Absolutely.
What's your go-to-market plan? What's your strategy to get into some of these large companies that do a lot of the recruitment?
Yeah. Today we're looking at two different target groups. We have like hiring managers in smaller companies. They're working alone. They don't know like not much about recruitment, so we can help them on one level. But looking at HR departments, like bigger HR, integrated in bigger companies, we see that one of their biggest issues is that they usually set up like great structures for doing recruitments, but then they're handing it out to the hiring managers in the organization. So what we really strongly believe in is starting and helping out the hiring managers and letting them see the great advantages of working with the Asker platform. So for HR departments, we're helping their hiring managers doing better interviews.
We have time for one last question.
Last question, pricing model?
Yes, sir. We sell it through a subscription model, and we have 4 different packages, and they're just depending on how many recruitments you plan on doing for like the next 12 months. So pricing is according to that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Give her a warm round of applause. And that was it from all of our startups. Jeanette, do you approve of the startups here today? Yeah. Good. Good job for the jury. Good job, startups. Give that a round of applause. And now it is time actually for a longer break with lunch and valuable meetings. Lunch will be served on the first floor by the lounge area. It's sponsored by Invest in Skåne and served by Rådhuskällaren. The second floor will be open for mingling, where you can book meetings via the Brella app and talk to each other. If you haven't downloaded the Brella app yet, make sure to do that now and book meetings with the relevant people who you want to talk to. And then on this floor, we have some Mink female-led startups and partners. So use this opportunity to talk to them as well. And after lunch, we'll hear from some interesting speakers and panels talking about topics all from current investor climate to having men as female allies in the ecosystem. And then we'll end with a prize ceremony and give out 100,000 kroners. But we'll meet, nice, thank you. We'll meet here again in this room at 2 o'clock. Have a nice break. See you soon.
can we? Yeah.
Can everybody please take a seat in the audience? The show will start again in exactly 5 minutes. Thank you.
She hides away. She hides away. Take a ride with me. A ride in the
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Welcome back from the lunch break. I hope you've had some incredible meetings and talked to valuable people. Who here feels like they know which their favorite startup from the pitches is? Yeah, like a few arms up in the air, right? So the jury really has a hard task finding who's the best. What do you feel, jury? Yeah, it's hard. Yeah. So now we will listen to some exciting, interesting talks and panels before we finally get to know who has won the 100,000 Swedish kroners. And first up, I want to welcome an incredible person to the stage. I really love her LinkedIn title, which is Mother of Change. She is an award-winning entrepreneur, investor, and author who strives to create a more diverse and innovative future. She is the co-founder of one of Sweden's largest and most important hubs, Changers Hub, which aims to democratize success and enable young people in marginalized areas to succeed with their startup ideas. And something that I usually say when we talk, like this event is about gender diversity, but this is just an easy example of diversity. And diversity, the things that we learn here, we take into other parts of diversity, which is why I love that we now can welcome to the stage Siduri Poli to talk about Changemaker and the Swedish entrepreneurial ecosystem. Welcome to the stage.
But it doesn't even matter where we fly. And that's why. Could you imagine any place to rest our head? Could you imagine a new world where love rules instead?
Thank you, Aisha. Thank you, Mink. And thank you all for having me here. I was actually practicing on my dance moves, and I just thought, like, when did I get these mom moves? Like, something happens. As soon as I became a mom, like, my moves went from, really cool, at the club to, yes, let's do it. So, yeah, you got the mom moves today. I'm super happy to be here. I have a son. He's 3 years old. His dad is from Lund. And whenever you go to Lund, obviously you come to Malmö as well. So I've been here a lot, and I love this city. So thank you for having me. Do I have a pointer? I'm going to talk a little bit about my journey. And thank you. And how to make it big. I'm going to talk a little bit about some specific women who supported me on my way. These are women that I will never forget, and I love to talk about them because it's so important to, give credit to people who support you on the way. I'm going to talk about coincidences. I'm going to talk about a little bit about the element of luck, because sometimes we're fighting so hard to make it big. We're fighting and we're fighting and we're sacrificing and we're winning also, but sometimes we don't achieve the goals anyway. And it's not because we're all bad. I think it's the element of luck. We didn't have luck this time. And I'm going to talk a little bit about investments, of course, and a little bit about my mindset. But mind you, we only have like 20 minutes, and then we have 10 minutes for Q&A. So I'm going to talk a little bit faster, I think, so I will have the time to say everything I want to tell you guys. Let's start with this picture. This is me, my mom, and my grandma. My mom is born and raised in a small village. Well, it's actually not a village, it's a small city. I wrote village in my book, and then the mayor called me, and he was like, it's not a village anymore. It's actually a small city. And I was like, okay, I'm sorry. So, in the south of Turkey. That's where they're from, and this is my grandmother. You can't really tell on the picture, but my grandmother is holding an iPhone. and she is seeing her grandkids in Sweden through Skype for the very first time, or seeing them for the very first time, thanks to iPhone and Skype. And this moment is like, when I support entrepreneurs within tech, these are the moments I'm actually looking for. Like, what is that significant moment when your technology, your service, your idea actually changed somebody else's life, or gave that extra value to somebody, or just created a moment that you'll never forget? That is so important, and I think that, like, all of us who has accounts on Facebook or Instagram, most of us actually remember like the first friends or our first posts, because it was revolutionizing for us back then. And those moments are really important for me. Another thing with this picture that I think is why it's so important for me, it's also because it symbolizes the fight of 3 generations of women. So my grandmother, she is 100 years old now. Yes, I know. She's still very strong and very determined to get me married and, you know, stuff like that. But she fought very hard so that my mom could choose whoever man she wanted to marry. Because at the time when she was born, at that time, you know, it was just arranged marriages in that then village. And she fought really hard to make sure that my mom had to pick whoever she wants to marry. My mom, her biggest fight in her life was to fight to make sure I was independent, me and my little sister. Like, she was always, you know, that kind of woman who was like, yeah, you have to have your own money, you have to have your own bank account, you have to be completely independent. And, you know, trust nobody. Don't trust any men, you know, that kind of. And my dad was like, yeah, listen to her, you know. So she was very keen in me and my sister creating our own platforms in any way. You know, you need to have your degree and everything, you know. So if shit hits the fan, we got it. We got our own platform. That was her biggest fight. And when I was here, I was studying at Berg School of Communication. I don't know if you know about it, but it's a communication school in Sweden, in Stockholm. And I was really thinking about what my next move would be in my career and what my biggest fight would be in my life. And those questions were actually the questions that led me both into starting my own startup. I know we have a lot of founders here. I see you. I know how hard it can be. And during my journey with Changers Hub, I've also been around like hundreds of founders, supporting them in different ways and just talking to them. And sometimes always also becoming like a psychologist and like, you can do it, just one more VC meeting, come on, you know? And that kind of pep talk. And it's really hard to be a founder today. And I was really thinking about the questions like, okay, so we have this great thing called technology. How can we use it for, you know, it's a cliche, but for a better world, you know? How can I create value in moments like this? I didn't succeed with doing that with technology, but I think I succeeded with my next venture, which was Changers Hub. I'm gonna talk a little bit more about that. So, after this, you know, moment, I was thinking about, okay, what's my mission in life? Like, what is my biggest thing I'm gonna do? What am I gonna leave? What is my son or daughter gonna talk about? You know, my mom's biggest fight in her life was this. And since we live in Sweden, or I live in Sweden, I'm super privileged to talk about changing cap tables all over the world. You know, a lot of women who does not live in a privileged country as Sweden, they have different fights that needs to be taken. But I can actually talk about how can we change cap tables, ägarlistor all over the world. In that way, change how we, you know, create change and give more women the possibility to build that platform for themselves and for their families, and also becoming role models within their own communities. So just a quick brief about Changers Hub for those who don't know. It's started out as an entrepreneur hub, but ended up to be an academy. So we support 1,800 entrepreneurs between the ages between 16 to 30. It's an NGO, so we're very happy that the municipality and a lot of different companies are supporting us in doing that. And Changers Hub is really the first base. Like, the people who come in are usually, you know, I have this idea in my head, I don't know how to make it a reality. So we've been doing that since 2015, and yeah, I mean, it's a local hub, but I think we created like a national movement. We're seeing a lot of other different cities in Sweden also working with these young entrepreneurs, especially in marginalized areas, and supporting them to create, make their ideas come to life. And I was also thinking a lot about investing, because this is Nordic Female Invest Summit, and when I started Changers Hub 2015, I was really thinking about, okay, so now we're gonna build like some kind of structure for, I have an idea in my head to create more female founders, but also more people of color founders. And what happened is that they grow, they start their business, they grow their idea, and then they come to, you know, what's called the death valley when they seek their first rounds. The first round is usually, you know, friends and family, yeah, or other angels. And if you don't know the right angels, and if you don't have, you know, rich friends and family, it's really hard to get that money at the beginning. So what we see is that we start a lot of businesses, but a lot of the rate goes down as soon as they seek their first round. So after that, I was like thinking, okay, when it comes to investments, like what is there to be done? Like the first thing I thought about was, okay, I need to start invest in mixed founders, like both women and people of color and just different founders. So that's what I did, and these are two of them. One is Petly. It's digital dog training, and Ava, it's erotic audio novels for women. But what's important with this was, it's not that they are mixed founders, it's just that they are actually the best entrepreneurs I could find. Because my learnings from Changers Hub, I've been doing that since 2015, is that when you fight for something bigger than yourself, you will make it happen. Like, if you really are sacrificing a lot, like maybe not going to university, or, you know, fighting to create a better life for your siblings or your parents or whatever, you're gonna fight like 10,000 more, like harder. That's what I really believe. But the point with this is also that these are my first investments like ever. I had never done angel investing ever before. And when I studied at Bergs School of Communication, since Bergs is like a communication school, most of the people who study there, they actually go to work in an agency, like advertising agency or stuff like that. But I had a teacher who, her name is Judith. And Judith, she was more of a startup girl. She's a profile, maybe you heard of her, Judith Wolst, I don't know, you know? Yeah, I see some nods. She's amazing. And just that year, she was the teacher for our class. And what she did is she took me under her wings and like, hey, Siduri, you're not going to work with these agencies. You're going to work in the startup community. Because, you know, in the startup community, they have so much visions about a better life. And this is like 2012, 2013. So there wasn't really a community. It was just like this bunch of people sitting in Sub 46. Sub 46 was like the first co-working space in town. And everybody was like sitting there and like, yeah, we're going to change the world, kind of, you know, Ara and Daniel Ek and the founders of Spotify was there a couple of times and like, yeah, let's change the world. It was this positive vibe, and she was like, yeah, you're like a visionary, you should come here. And thanks to her, I got my first job in the startup industry. And even then, I noticed like how hard it is to be a single woman in a context filled of men. But the whole reason why I even got into tech or got into investments is thanks to her. She really nudged my way towards something different, but also inspiring me to do what I do and change while I go, create some change while I go. This is another company called Fresh Sound. I'm not going to walk into them that deeply. It's just that they're super cool. And if you're into culture and tech, you should check them out. They are doing licensing automatically for different agencies. Another thing that I really understood was working with all of these entrepreneurs in Changers Hub. Like, we're talking about thousands of them every year coming in and being like a part of all of that, and also trying to figure out my angel investment strategy. I also understood that these two groups, they have exact the same problem, like the knowledge. It's really hard to know how you're going to do it and find reliable information when it comes to entrepreneurship. Like, not all people go to business schools, right? So it's really hard to know where to start, where to get the information, you know, how to do things, and get the role models you need, and get the inspiration you need, and how do you actually build a business plan? Like, how do you find a co-founder? That is the most important thing when you start a business. To find your co-founder. How do you do that? How do you know it's a match or not? And the investors, it's the same thing. Like, why I didn't invest earlier is because I didn't have the knowledge. Like, I didn't actually know what it meant. Like, what's the difference between investing on the stock market or investing in non-public company? Like, what is this whole investing thing as a whole? Money, obviously. When you start a company, if you don't grow organically, and maybe you're not considering yourself as a scale-up company, then you will need money sooner or later. And the people who are giving you money when it comes to investors, there have been a lot of studies, and I'm sure you're going to hear a lot about it today in the next panel. But men investors usually invest in women investors, and in men investors, and women investors invest in women founders, people. So we tend to invest in people who look like us. And so if you're a female founder and you're trying to get money, it's gonna be harder. Thank you. And then we have the deal flow. The deal flow is both ways. Like, investors, is really hard to get a deal flow. Like, how do you even find non-public companies? Like startups, like, where are they? How can we find them? How can we meet? And the investors at the same time. That's why I'm super happy that we are in this environment where we actually mix both founders and investors. So another thing I did when it comes to investments is to start an investment collective. So I was thinking, okay, so we have a bunch of people, they're starting the companies, but they don't get money. So I'll start to invest the little money I have in those type of companies and support them to my network, my other investors' networks, to get them, going. But how about, how do we get more women to actually invest? Because it's really hard to get the deal flow. It's really hard with the information. So I started a collective earlier this year. We invested in X-Shore, if you know what that is, electric boats. So I just called a lot of friends who happened to have a little money in the banks that I got to know during the years. And I called them and like, yeah, you always said you wanted to invest in startups. So I'm going to do the whole process. Just let me know what your ticket is. And they gave me their faith and did that. So I was like, hey, this is something we could do more. If I do the due diligence, like if I inspect all the companies we can do, maybe we can get more women to invest and invest in smaller tickets. Mind you, this is not a business idea. This is not a thing. It's just like you have my number and we call each other. So it's not like a digital platform I'm going to present or anything. But it's part of what I want to do is to change the cap tables all around the world. How hard can it be? That is my mindset. Hur svårt kan det vara? I write about it in my book as well. And that is like the thing that always going round and round and round and round. And I know maybe it sounds like a cliche, but for me it was like groundbreaking. Like always thinking about how hard can it be? Like changing the cap tables all around the world. I mean, it's not unrealistic thing. I mean, it's not impossible. So let's find out how hard how hard it can be. I know time is running out. Okay, so I have 10 principles. I'm not going to talk about all of them, but the most important one is build your tribe and hyper local. And I think that when it comes to this forum and this amazing group of people, that is something, I mean, you're probably already doing it, but keep doing that more. And, you know, the same way as Judith was the door opener for me, and she didn't, you know, save my life. She just nudged me into a path or direction, and that was enough for me to keep running. So keep that in mind. Being a mentor or a coach doesn't have to be a full-time job. Maybe it's just a number or an insight. And before I say thank you, don't forget the moments where we, you know, change somebody's life, or the moment that you just never forget. Like whatever path you're on and what you're doing, this is also a motivator for us to keep going. Like we're doing something beautiful for somebody else than us. Okay, that was it. Thank you. Do you have time?
Perfect. Thank you so much. I'll stand right here. So now we have reached the Q&A portion. So if anyone in the audience has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and we'll give you a microphone. And if not, if you need some warming up, I'll start. Okay, so I as well, I'm a huge advocate not only for gender diversity, but diversity in the type of people who, like you said, people of color, for instance. And when you work with minority people from suburbs in Sweden, people who don't have the same social capital, what is the first thing that you do when meeting them? How do you introduce them into the startup ecosystem, which they not always feel invited into? I know from personal experience.
Yeah, I mean, it's different steps. And in Changers Hub, we work with different levels, trösklar. So we have, the first part is just to get inspired in what you actually can be and become in your life. Because sometimes a lot of programs start with, okay, come with your idea and we'll take it from here. But sometimes you don't have an idea, or you don't know if it's a good idea or not. Maybe, you need the inspiration to understand what possibilities there are. And then when they get to the coaching program or the entrepreneurship program, they usually have some thought about what they want to do. But when I have a one-on-one coaching, it's all about listening and just trying to, find out the motivator, what drives them not. Is there any talent in here that they don't see in themselves that we can, draw out? And I always encourage, especially if you want to start a company that will be, venture funded in a long time, the team is everything. And it's the classic. You need a hustler, you need the tech, and you need the person who's an expert within the field you're in. And I mean, to have 2, 3 in the founding team is very important and crucial, and also for investments, because if you want to go to VCs later on, they're going to look at the same things. So I really want to just understand where they are and what journey they want to take, and to prepare them to that journey to make it as easier as possible. And then I'm not saying that journey is right. I'm not saying that VCs are doing the right thing looking at the metrics, but that is not my job to change. I just want my entrepreneurs to succeed in the best way possible. So that is my agenda, yeah.
And how do you feel I know a lot of people in here, you can see just here among the partners, we have Almi, we have Ideon, probably, we have a bunch of organizations supporting entrepreneurs. How can we become more accessible to a more diverse clientele?
So, what we did when we started Changers Hub is because we went to the municipality of Botkyrka and they were like, yeah, we already have this. It's Nyföretagarcentrum. I don't know what it is in English. Yeah. And
entrepreneurial center.
Yeah. And but the point being was that they didn't have a lot of young people, and especially not young people from the marginalized areas, because in Botkyrka kommun it's like they have privileged areas as well. So our whole thing was like, first of all, the founding team was from the area, from the local community we wanted to support. It's really important to have that. And also we worked a lot with branding. Like I went to Bergs, so I knew a little bit about how to creating a brand that attracts people. Because I remember myself, being an ambitious young student or whatever, when I was out in the world, I wanted to do something that looked hot. Like I don't want to go into an office looking not like the dream I had. It's really important to make it attractive for especially young people, because they know what's hot and not. I notice, and I'm 34, so I'm out of the game, so I can't decide that anymore. But working with the brand and your communication is super important, and have people from the local community you want to attract. I mean, yeah.
And I guess we also have a lot of startups in the audience. How do you believe that they should hire more diversely? And if so, how should they find people who are outside of their network? Since we actually have like a barrier between people who are inside and outside, at least according to me.
Yeah. So one thing you can do is to steal people from bigger companies, because that is, if you're stealing somebody from a bigger company, you can actually offer something that maybe a lot of bigger companies can't. For instance, shares in your company. And I think a lot of people would love to be a part of something where they can learn more about different angles and how to create a company and be a part of a journey that maybe goes faster. And I think that the startup kind of culture it's exciting, and yeah, use that for benefit, and don't be scared to give out shares. I mean, that is, yeah. In my startup, I was maybe too generous, but yeah. And also when it comes to finding talent, you have to look in different places. I mean, not all, like the best salespersons or entrepreneurs I met, they didn't go to, Handelshögskolan, what's that, economy school.
I just want to say London School of Economics. I don't know. No.
Yeah. So, and there's a lot of people who are like super good with sales and entrepreneurs that, they're just self-taught. So, to be able, in order to achieve that, you need to walk that extra mile and steal from the big, not from your fellow founder teams, from the bigger companies. Yeah.
And to get new results, I guess you have to do new things, which makes you be in new situations. What is something unexpected that you have encountered working as a change maker?
Oh my God. Say that again.
What is something unexpected? Like, what is an encounter? Have you ever met an unexpected idea looking outside from the normal spaces where you normally find? Like,
as an investor?
Meeting kids, for instance, or younger people who have ideas. What's something unexpected you have encountered? Or is there... maybe there isn't anything.
No, I mean, I've seen the most of, well, as an investor, no, I like crazy ideas. So it's just like, the higher you want to fly, the more excited I get. I mean, yeah, that's how I am. Yeah. But I mean, I've seen a lot of different things in the entrepreneur's journey, just by walking side by side with a lot of entrepreneurs. But yeah, I mean, I've seen that in those stories. I've seen the craziest thing, like everything from, this entrepreneur flying to Marbella and spending the money from the company, and then coming back trying to explain to the venture capitalists that invested in them why it was a good investment, and that kind of really weird things. But also, sad things like somebody who got really ill and couldn't work with the company. So what do you do when you have a co-founder who owns 50% of the company and can't support you forward? It's just like it's not a straight path, and I've seen like all the different things that actually could happen on the way. But but I mean, being an entrepreneur is about solving problems. And it is about, facing the weirdest thing ever. That is what it's all about, So, yeah, don't be scared of that. I mean, just embrace it and welcome it. And it's part of the journey, I guess.
What is next up for you? If you can have any final remarks and share what's upcoming and how can people best reach out to you? What do you have?
There you have it. Or LinkedIn. No, but my next step is to work more about, really want to change the investment climate. And I want to do it in a bigger scale. Like, I've been very focused on Scandinavia. I was in the US now in August. I met amazing people, and I really want to create a bigger international network to invest more. But my mission is still the same. And the mission is not about me doing the solutions. The mission is about sharing it to everybody. And maybe somebody here is like, yeah, I want to have that mission too, and go find and create a situation for themselves. So that is a part of the job, just to, women need to own more. That's it. That is, if we don't have that, we can't compete. That is the harsh truth. We need to own our houses. We need to also own our houses. We need to own more on the stock market. We need to own and support startups. We need to have this, at least while we live in Sweden and in the Western world, because that is the currency. That is the currency of power. Yeah. So, if we don't have that, everything else becomes secondary for me. I'm just gonna continue invest more and find new ways in how to actually invest.
Are there any specific types of startups that you're looking for investing? We have a great network here and startups. Who should reach out to you?
So I'm interested in consumer apps or consumer services, sustainability, and I really like culture, kind of music, culture kind of perspective, and mission-led teams that are willing to or want to change the world or create moments like that. Yeah.
Perfect. Let's give her a huge round of applause. Thank you so much. My twin for the day. Yes. Thank you so much. Next up, we have a fireside chat with an important force for diversity within the startup and tech scene. Not these people, but they will be sitting down. She is the founder and managing partner of Unconventional Ventures, a VC focused on unleashing untapped potential for underrepresented founders within the Nordics. Moderating this fireside chat is no one else than our local favorite Sydsvenskan business reporter, Miriam Olsson Jeffrey. Please give a warm hand to Miriam and Thea Messel.
Hi, everyone. My name is Miriam Olsson Jeffrey. I work as a business reporter at Sydsvenskan, which is the largest daily newspaper in the south of Sweden. And I'm sitting here with Thea Messel.
Yes.
You're a general partner, right, at Unconventional Ventures, and you're going to talk about unconventional fundraising.
Indeed.
And you're also part of the 5%. The 5% of funds that are ran by women.
That is the starting point, yes. So, my name is Thea Messel. I'm based in Copenhagen, Denmark. I run a fund called Unconventional Ventures, together with my amazing partner, Nora Baby. I think a lot of you know she's quite visible in the Nordic ecosystem. And we have a fund. We're one of those who actually managed to get through that needle eye, which is unfortunately quite difficult, even in the Nordics.
Right. Tell us about the 5%.
So the 5% is the number, it's actually the percentage of number of funds in Europe led by only female GPs, women GPs. If you add on to also having the mixed type of GP teams, I think also like Virginia touched upon earlier today, we're looking at between 15 to 17%.
That are actually female GPs.
Mixed-led.
Mixed-led funds. Okay, mixed-led teams, yeah.
The interesting part is that if you look at actually the asset under management, so the capital that can be deployed from these funds, and we look at the female-led funds, looking at 1%.
1%.
And that's
of the value of the capital.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's quite similar to other type of funding gap numbers that we know in the Nordics.
Right. And what's going on at Unconventional Ventures right now? I mean, there have been some big things happening.
Big things happening. So this summer, we launched our first alternative investment fund. And for those of you in the room who knows about funds and fund structuring, alternative investment funds are where you actually become that proper fund. So we did a fund before that was more like a nano fund, really getting started with getting investors together investing.
How was that structured?
That was structured creatively, and I really allude to what Siduri just touched upon. Just get started and gather some people who want to join in on the mission. We did that 3 years ago, and that is a way to start. But actually setting up an alternative investment fund requires time, and it requires also regulatory, legislative things that needs to be in place, which is one of the biggest obstacles for why we're not seeing more funds like this.
Right. And how big is the fund that you actually did raise now?
So we are aiming at a 30 million euro fund.
Right.
A decent number for a first-time fund. We did a first close this summer of 12.5 million euros. Yeah. Thank you, Virginia. This is the type of number, and I remember the whole part about fundraising for a fund and actually getting to the point where you get those signatures from the investors is quite a nitty-gritty process. Not only from the legal perspective, but also getting percentages to go up. Some investors want not more than 20%, not more than 5%. Then some investors are pulling out, then some investors are pulling more in, and suddenly the balance between private and public money suddenly becomes a problem. All these kind of new problems that you never thought would be a challenge becomes like these interesting things that you need to learn on the journey. So that has been quite an interesting journey for us.
Things that you maybe didn't know when you started this journey, right? And yeah.
So when I started this, and it was actually, it's quite unique with this event because 4 years ago, I was here. I've been to this event almost every year, I think, but 4 years was really a turning point for me because on a personal level, I already taken the decision that I wanted to create a fund that invested in these amazing founders that we could see were outperforming their male peers, but did not get the funding. And this was the first institution, and cadeau to Jeanette and Janice for actually taking the whole route further now. I think the amazing pitches that we saw today just proves what is actually out there and are ready to be funded. But that was for me personally a starting point because this was actually a safe haven for me. At that point, the type of thesis and type of theory that we wanted to invest in these founders were not very thought of or very normal in the rest of the Nordic countries. So actually Malmö has been, particularly in this region, one of the really true disruptor, I would say, and been gathering the Nordic ecosystem around this focus. So that was important for me. This was my kind of safe haven, meeting like-minded people who was already waking up and seeing that this is a potential that we need to unleash. That was 4 years ago. And fast forward, here we are now. So it takes time. I think I would have loved a program that Virginia is setting up now because the corners and the understanding, learning as we go, I had no idea what it actually took to set up a fund. But the good thing is that everything can be solved and everything has a solution. The biggest challenge is this process, and that is also something that is also important to know, that there's some structural barriers in terms of what do we need to change in order to have more diverse fund managers out there.
And what would you say, like, what is the conventional way of raising a fund if you then have an unconventional way of raising a fund? What are these obstacles?
So the biggest obstacles are actually the structures in terms that the type of, so the LPs, those investors who have either a mandate or an interest to invest in other type of funds, they have a very strict playbook or checklist in terms of actually investing in emerging fund managers. They need to either have an exit, have been operating in the tech industry for 20 years, preferably also in the VC space for 20 years. And on top of that, they also need a ton of money. And
so they maybe come from wealth too.
Typically an exit from the tech industry or come from inherited wealth. So already there you're kind of carving out a quite specific pool of who you're allowing to become decision makers when it comes to money. Obviously, you're taking decisions with other people's money, so there needs to be some sort of proof that there is some traction in terms of not necessarily taking investment decision, but at least picking out companies. But there's other ways of actually showing that, whether it's through co-working spaces or accelerators, working very closely with startups. So I think from that structural perspective, there's something broken in the system. We've been fortunate, and some of them are actually in the room today, to giving a leap of faith in terms of having a more progressive perspective of how can we show traction in terms of other types of measures than actually writing the big checks for the last 20 years that will give us that stamp to say, okay, we believe in you in terms of becoming a fund manager or new fund managers. So from a structural perspective, there's challenges, and then there's from the concrete operational part, how do you find, let's say, 3 million SEK in operational funding to start and kick off a fundraising process? Because it is going to take time, and there's going to be big legal bills, and it's going to be high risk. So I think
you just need the money to even start.
I would have loved us to have money, but we need to find out. We had to find another way because neither me or Nora comes from that kind of background. And at the same time, and I actually don't like saying this because on the one side it sort of gives an excuse for why we shouldn't give underrepresented or female founders money because they just need to hustle extra and then they're actually getting it at the end. That's not always the case. But it is a fact that because we had to find different ways on staying ourselves afloat, how can we actually find some salaries, why we are convincing the investor ecosystem that this is a good investment strategy, the numbers speak for themselves. And that has created a quite unique platform that Unconventional is built on today.
And can you talk a little bit more about the thesis for the fund? I mean, the strategy you're talking about that actually convinced LPs in the end to start?
Yeah, so we have a very, it's overall our thesis is that we invest in diverse founders because we can see from the data that they're outperforming when they do get the money. We also personally believe it because we've seen it with our own eyes. On top of that, or underneath that, we only invest in companies that at the core of their business model have some sort of positive impact, either of social or environmental character. And the reason why we believe that is the best way to go is we want to invest in the need to have solutions, not necessarily the nice to have. That is not only from a market capitalization perspective more interesting, but particularly in times that we're seeing now, complicated macroeconomics in geopolitical circumstances, as long as the problems are big enough, there will be consumers, there will be customers, there will be an appetite for that solution. So for us, that's not only a proof of big markets, but it's also a proof of how important is this solution for the end clients or the customers.
Yeah.
No, so that's just to say, so it's diverse founders, and then it's climate at the core, scalable climate at the impact, focus on climate and health, education and inclusive fintech is one of our 4 pillars. In terms of stage, we go in pre-seed and seed stage and can do follow-ons from there.
Can you also talk about ownership of the company? We talk about, owning is power, right?
Well, I mean, we're quite diverse owned. Nora and me is in our company the owners. And again, that's also one of the challenges for emerging fund managers because a lot of the LPs out there do not want others to help and actually have ownership in these companies. We understand it from a structural perspective, but that can actually hinder these emerging fund managers. So for the LPs in the room, please be progressive when you look at emerging fund managers if they have someone who's helped them on the way and have ownership. I think that's important. But what is really important for us also is that when we get in and invest in these companies, that the ownership of these companies are in true diverse hands.
Right, when it comes to all different aspects then.
Particularly on the founder's side, yeah.
So tell us a little bit about, because now you're here, you did raise money for your fund, but what happened during the way? I mean, how many were in, pulled out? Maybe you can't name names, but you can tell us something about the process.
It's actually, so our sort of hefty fundraising was happening. It actually only took 12 months. Even though it felt like we've been on the journey forever. When we really kickstarted last summer, it was a fairly quick process, particularly with the institutional investors. And I think when it comes to institutional investors, that can be a very lengthy, long process, but that wasn't the case for us.
And who are the institutional investors now?
So our biggest institutional investors is the Danish Growth Fund, Vækstfonden. It's Invest in Nord, which is the Norwegian growth fund, kind of like some invest in Sweden. And then we also have a big anchor, also based out of Denmark, called Augustinus Fabrikker, very impact-focused anchor. In addition to that, we have what we call high net individuals, typically tech entrepreneurs who've done an exit, or young female next gens is also a quite interesting segment from an LP perspective, because they want to invest differently with the money that they actually have been fortunate to receive to create new wealth. So I think the common nominator for all of the investors is that they understand the potential, they believed in us as a team, and then they're willing to be one of those catalytic yeses. And I think also for all the angel investors in the room, being that first yes is an incredible, powerful, and helpful catalyzation for all founders, but particularly for underrepresented founders. Because if we look at one of the things that are truly broken in the investor community is the FOMO. So everybody's waiting, sitting waiting for, okay, now we want to go in because everybody's going in. But we're missing out on so many big, important, but also big investments by sitting there waiting for the others to also get convinced. So for the investors, don't be afraid of being that one who are the first ones to say yes. The reason Nora and I was actually joining forces was because we had the same yes. We had an investor in the US who was our catalytic yes on each of our, when we were working on different side of the table. And that investor actually brought us together. And we were, not that she was deciding that we were going to work together, but there was this common understanding of how catalytic that yes was and how much help it was in that. And interestingly, when we've had troubles, and we've had a lot of challenges in this process, it's been, actually I'm looking at my hair now, because now after first close, it's coming back again. So I have this cycle that my hair is dropping off when we have this big legal challenge, or we have this, we don't know how to pay rent next week or next month. But sometimes it was down to days, actually. Luckily, that's not the case now after first close. But we've had this on every third month cycle. And when you are in that situation, those people who are actually there to help you when the shit really is hitting the fan, because it is gonna hit again and again. You get used to it, and you get used to the hair falling off and coming back again. But it's important for the investors and those with power of taking decisions to understand that and understand how much impact, positive impact you can create for these founders. So I would also say for the investors in the room, don't be too afraid about those companies who are struggling now. Tons of companies are struggling. But you can actually be one of those if the company is performing, we've seen so many startups now actually having amazing metrics, but simply cannot fundraise because of the circumstances of the world, but also because we're actually moving away from daring to invest in the little bit more unknown. Stepping a little bit away from the stereotype that we have seen over and over again, getting funding, getting the success, getting the next follow-on funding and so forth. So that has been the most important part for Nora and me. We have experienced receiving that first yes, and that's the part of what we want to build into what we're doing now.
I want to ask you about some of the comments that you got during the way, but I also want to ask, so there are no institutional Swedish investors in this fund now. That Denmark is in, Norway, but not Sweden then?
Not Sweden, no. I don't know if there's any Swedish public LPs in the room, but yeah.
So what are...
But we love Swedish startups, though. So we'll figure a way to invest in Sweden anyway. Yeah. Yeah.
And you have some angels with you.
We have some incredible angels. I think we have at least three prominent people from Sweden who understands what we're doing and can read the numbers the same way we read them. And that's lovely. But that's not the case for all investors, obviously.
But what are some of the comments that you got during the way?
Well, it's interesting when it comes to the numbers. One of the more traditional answers or comments we got during fundraising is, but is there a pipeline?
Is there a pipeline? Yeah. That's one of the most common questions overall, too, right?
It is.
Is there a pipeline?
I hope that argument or comment will be more muted going forward. What I loved about those situations was that we were sort of in a trusted room with these investors that they actually dared to say, well, ask the question.
I get asked that question as a reporter, and I know there's a pipeline because I've covered a lot of the...
Yeah, no, but it's because I think it's a part of the understanding journey when you, at some point, maybe you still believe there's not a pipeline, but at least you know that you should not ask that question because you know that you're starting to become a minority. But we're not there yet. So that's a very common question or comment. A couple of other comments. So, but can women and minorities actually build scalable businesses? Is it more like, I don't want to mention concrete examples, but isn't more like non-scalable companies that they can build? No. But yes, they have challenged with receiving the funding to actually prove that they can scale, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they can't. So we always talk about this female founder penalty when you always get 1/3 of the ticket size. Well, if you're doing a job and you're getting 1/3 of the salary, or as a company you're getting 1/3 of the check to actually pivot, to hire, of course it's difficult to scale. And at the same time, you're actually asked to maybe get 3 times as good metrics before you can get that same investments. And I see a couple of investors nodding because I know these are some of the things that not only diversity-focused funds like us are seeing, but also funds that have backed female founder or underrepresented founders are seeing that as a requirement. And it's that's what we hear. We want to change that. So that was also a normal comment. And then, interesting, the further and further we came, and we onboarded institutional investors, and we got one of our LPs is also Atomico, like the London-based VC. And after actually having these things in place, we could get comments like, "Oh, congratulations! What a great initiative." And then half an hour later, I was sitting there with our FSA application because it needed to update. And I'm just like, well, why does the Danish Financial Service Authorities want these documentations from an initiative? They don't, because this is an alternative investment fund. So even when we were there, we were established, we get the feedback of what a nice initiative. That is quite provoking, I would say. And that's also some of the areas where, and Nora and I, we're getting better at becoming poker players, but we're really practiced on not letting the face sort of explode. That will be Nora. Me, it will be more like, can you read my forehead, what I'm thinking? So we're getting better at that, but it's interesting. I mean, sometimes it's fun as well. You know, we had this one. I'm not gonna mention the name, but one of the top 3 funds from the US, and this one, he wasn't a partner. He was next below partner, but you know, quite high up. He's been chasing me to get on a meeting. Okay, finally, I got Nora and me together. We were sitting this in the meeting. The meeting went well, and he was just hammering his notes on probably the internal CRM on the watch list. And then at the end of the meeting, then he said, wonderful. And it's also worth mentioning, I think he's probably 8 years younger than Nora and me. And we're still in the game. We're 38 and 40, yeah. Just as a side comment. Probably 8 years younger, 10 years younger than us. And then he ends the call by saying, thank you, girls. This was such a pleasure. and then he closed down, and we were just looking at each other. One more for the list.
You didn't hear from him again?
I haven't heard from him, but he's actually from the same city as me, so. Okay. And don't Google.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, we're out of time. Do you want to give a final remark? What is your first investment from the fund?
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm not at liberty to say.
Okay. But it's coming soon?
I'm actually, the reason I just called my lawyer before the meeting and said, I'm going to be on stage, something around 2 or 3.
Right.
I can't sign then, but it's just around the corner.
Thank you so much, Thea.
What a cliffhanger. Okay, this has been so inspiring. Now it's time to take another short break. We will meet here again. Next session will begin at 1:15. So grab some coffee. We'll see you soon. take a seat in the audience so that we can begin the next panel discussion. Thank you. If everybody can please find a seat in the audience. I learned the Hyper Island way was this. Not this. Okay, we'll leave the people out there. Welcome back from the break. I hope you've managed to talk to more people, maybe get some coffee, stretch your legs, and now it is time for our first panel of the day. And I'll actually not introduce the entire panel, I'll just introduce the panel moderator. She is a senior investment manager at Nordic, investing in early stage European startups that are solving the world's biggest problems while building massive businesses. She's passionate about improving diversity and inclusion and closing the funding gap for female and minority entrepreneurs. Please give a warm welcome to Tove Liljestierna and the panel.
Yeah, we better dance.
Oh, this is cute.
Hi, everyone. Warm welcome to this panel where we will discuss how to democratize access to capital and invest in diverse founders. With me today, I have Christian, Carmen, and Sumit. It would be amazing if you guys wanted to start off with just a really brief introduction of who you are, why you're passionate about this topic, and how you landed where you are.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Christian, based in London, if you can't already tell from my accent. I've had a fairly, I guess, to build on the last panel, unconventional journey here. So did all my studies in social sciences, didn't think I'd be on a panel like this today. Then lived in Hong Kong, working in that space, and that led me to, I guess, today having two roles. So my day job at Bain & Company, running our innovation and venture team, and we look at VC and venture building. And my gay job, which I'm here to talk about today, is founder and CEO of iCubed Investing, and we look at community connection and capital for queer intersectional founders. And I'm passionate about it because I'm queer and intersectional myself, and think that inclusive investing is something we should all care about.
Fantastic. Thank you for being here, all the way from London as well.
Hey everyone, my name is Carmen. I came from Colombia, Cartagena, very tropical. 10 years ago, yeah, woo. To Sweden. I come from, my background is in finance, and I ended up working for United Nations, European Union, MSF, other different companies. And I ended up in tech. And right now my mission is to get more women to be in tech, more women that look just like me to join the tech. I wouldn't say revolution, but like the next wave, the more diverse wave.
Nice.
Woo!
Woo!
Yeah. Pep talk.
Yeah, my name is Sumit. I am from Stockholm, but originally from Eritrea. I need to keep it spicy now because saying Sweden felt boring. But yeah, I am a 9-to-5 entrepreneur, which means I have a day job, but I also run a business together with my co-founder, Carmen. We run a business called Rely, which aims to democratize the access to financial wellness, as we like to call it, for women. And we do that through educational programs and matching services. And yeah, I sort of started that idea together with her because we ourselves lacked the information that we needed to grow wealth. We started a business and we knew everything about how to start a business, but how to manage our own money was such a foreign concept. And yeah, how to make money work for you. It was just something that I saw colleagues doing, but I didn't come from money, so I didn't even know how to start. And while learning it ourselves, we decided that we needed to spread that information as well. So that's why I'm passionate about doing that.
Fantastic. Thank you all for being here. Exactly, a big round of applause. So today we'll have a panel where we'll have a few discussion points. Carmen and Summit and Christian will share their insights and knowledge, but there will also be a Q&A at the end where all of you can ask your burning questions. So be prepared for some amazing questions at the end. So kind of when talking about diversity, we often, and diverse founders, we often think about kind of the gender lens, but we neglect to perhaps mention other dynamics such as, or other differences, such as socioeconomic backgrounds, disability, race, religion, etc. So that's essentially what we'll discuss today. We'll discuss capital access and how minorities are less exposed to funding and funding information and opportunities, as been discussed a little bit previously, and also how that's affecting growth and development. But before starting, we're going to show a few key numbers. You've heard a few previously, but worth highlighting yet again. 1.3%. That's the amount of VC funding in Europe that went into minority-only funding teams in 2021. 1.1% of investments in Europe in 2021 went to all-female-led teams, and 8.8% went to mixed-gender teams. And in the LGBTQ plus community, 70% of LBT women raised less than $750,000 versus 47% of male. So the LGBT movement that raised more than $2 million, kind of highlighting that the gender funding gap is also visible in the LGBTQ plus community. And on the investor side, I'm an investor myself, and this is something that's been highlighted in previous panels also, with only 15% of general partners at these European VC firms, that is, the partners who manage the firms, are women. Oh, sorry, that's one slide too many. Spoiler alert. No, so as we can see from those numbers, diversity in the startup ecosystem is a problem. It's a problem on both sides of the table, on the investor side and on the startup side. And we often, when we hear about diversity, we hear about the word equality. And equality implies kind of treating everyone the same, as if their experience is exactly the same. But during this panel, we will use the word equity quite a lot, and not in terms of just a capital, but about creating fair access and opportunity for all different people in their diverse circumstances, and kind of creating a fair playing field. So with that kind of introduction, I want to start with asking Carmen and Summit, given your experience and your work at Rely, what's your view on equity within the startup ecosystem today?
You want to start? Yeah, I can start. I think equity is super important, just for the fact of it's not about making sure that we share the resources equally. It's about making sure that we have a fair game at succeeding. So for me, I didn't come from a family of entrepreneurs. I didn't have the knowledge. I did not have the network. And I think it was Siduri who mentioned like Death Valley. So a lot of us women from different backgrounds are starting companies, but we don't have the network to scale or to raise funds, and that usually leads to a lot of innovation and great solutions just kind of being left at the table. And for us as well, being what I call 9-to-5 entrepreneurs, incubators also are run by like daytime, and not everyone are at the stage of just quitting their job to go for their passion or for their startup in the beginning. So I think we need to create an infrastructure that makes sure that people who needs more resources, needs more opportunities, maybe needs more information and education, have that, so we can also succeed. Because the road to success is not the same for everyone. We all have different circumstances and backgrounds. So. Anything to add?
we have been now in so many different programs. Every person here that has a startup knows, like when we meet, it's always which startup, which incubator, which accelerator, what did you go to? And I can tell you that as a female, like we women need more support sometimes. Like I've met so many startup founders that are single moms. They need help with other things that maybe other people out there don't think about. And so making these spaces different for the different needs of every person is completely like the #1 priority. So I think mainly for me, for instance, as a first comer into Sweden, I need more resources in English. It's such a basic thing, but you don't find the things in English, like tax. All the tax questions go to Sumit many times because she speaks Swedish and it's more simple for her. And yeah, we have like to be able to become that startup ecosystem that we're dreaming of. We really need to be international in a way and attract like the best talent of the world, wherever it comes from and whatever background.
No, that's a very valid point, and perhaps something that people don't really think about, how that is not very inclusive. No, that's excellent. And what do you think are kind of the key reasons behind the situation that we're in at the moment in terms of the equity issues we're seeing in the startup ecosystem?
I mean, I got super interested in the startup ecosystem. I don't come from tech. And mainly when I did the Antler program, I can tell you that, I worked at the Stockholm School of Economics incubator because I wanted to really know more about investment and everything that was happening in the ecosystem, and many other programs that we joined later. And I realized that the ones that are taking the decisions, those committees, those rooms, those hidden rooms that are, you don't even know who is taking the decision on who is going to get a grant, who is going to get into the program, who gets to meet the investor that is actually the pre-seed person that makes the difference. Those rooms tend to be very, very alike, like people looking alike with similar experiences, and probably and most likely what I've seen has been people that come from the same backgrounds. And so they cannot see the problems from outside of Sweden, from outside of Europe. There is a vast population out there in South America, in the Middle East, in Southeast Asia that needs services. And if you cannot see that, you're missing an opportunity that is huge. And I mean, the numbers are incredible. I know that you all, the ones that come from outside of, most of the ideas that come from people like us are actually not built for the Nordic countries. We're really thinking ahead on like taking them to South America, for instance, or like populations that are in need of it, but also are gigantic. So it's other type of thinking. And sometimes when you enter into those rooms and you pitch, they can't really see it because they don't come from that. And it's a shame. We can talk more about the solutions afterwards.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, leading on to the solution, I know, Sumit, do you have any kind of ideas of what can be done to tackle these issues and kind of help create a fair playing field?
Yeah, I mean, just to kind of add on what she mentioned, like we have to diversify the groups and the decision makers, because I mean we all know bias exists and people tend to invest in people that look like you, and that's because you can relate to the problem and all of those things. I also believe that we need a lot more women in venture, like we need a lot more women writing the checks, because some, like even just our solution, it is mainly focused to solve a problem for women, but then sometimes it is just a woman that can see the return of investments on that. I also believe a lot in like creating inclusive networks. So for us, not only has it been a struggle in terms of like, okay, how can we sustain and like survive, but we need the business coaches, we need the mentors, we need the allies to support our journey, because it's tough. And like just having that support is super important. So I think there's a lot of things that needs to happen, but if we're just talking about how to democratize venture capital, that we need a systemic change, because sometimes the burden is placed on us. You just need to go for more meetings. You just need to do that. It's like, but I'm doing all of that, but it's still not happening. So, and we're seeing the reports really not changing year after year. So,
Can I add one small thing? Sure. Like, people need to understand that when you're a minority, people tend to put you in a box, and that way in which others perceive you affects you. Like, we lower our standards and we ask for less money and we expect less long term because people are always placing you in that box. So this is a mental game. And what I tell to every mentor out there, every investor is like, even if you don't really believe in the idea or whatever, like, don't take it so harsh down, because like minorities, we really need that boost, like double. Like, seriously, it's a mental game for us. And I think that it's so damaging when you meet someone that doesn't understand it and then trashes it. Like, we really need cheerleaders to keep the thing going. Yeah.
And Christian, your other points?
Yeah, to be honest, I think everything that is said is important, and we know, and in some, all intersectionalities are seriously over-mentored and underfunded. And two very simple examples is the whole concept of founder office hours, which I personally, it nauseates me a bit because it's done so much, and the impact, what I've seen even outside of smaller startup communities like here in Malmö, even in London and New York, they often put the most junior people from certain intersectionalities to lead those office hours. It's often driven around certain international events, so it's lip service. In the UK, it's Black History Month now. There'll be lots of Black founder office hours. In March, International Women's Day, they'll do female founder office hours, and during Pride, they'll do LGBTQ plus founder office hours. But the only real way to make a difference, which you draw upon in terms of decision-making groups, is you need to understand what is the actual investment committee on the VCs that you're talking to, like who makes those final decisions? Because at the end of the day, you can hire diverse, but if those 3 or 4 venture partners at the top don't have that intersectional thinking, it's not going to trickle down. So without that top line change, everything that's done at the bottom really is just lip service.
Yeah. And to add on that, I think funding is super important, and it creates a domino effect. So I think, like, when we just said it before even coming to stage, reading an article, like, oh, that program or that whatever I attended was so unnecessary, because after a while, it's the same information, how to make a pitch, how to do this. And it's like, we know all of this now. We just need the money to, like...
Give us money.
Yes, to make sure that our trajectory is, you know, taken off and avoid, again, the death valley. So,
And to be honest, I mean, from the investor side as well, and I'm sure we have a few investors in the audience as well, I mean, I see this issue as well. It's a structural issue. We saw the statistics earlier, 15% of women who are general partners. And I think, you know, because diversity has historically been sort of underrepresented, both on the investor side, but also on the startup side, it will take a bit of time, but it affects, of course, like you're saying, direct capital, but also networks. You might tap into your own networks, which tend to be perhaps more homogenous and privileged, and also unconscious bias. I think you need to, you know, a lot of gut feeling is kind of based on past experiences, right? So you need to have an example, a positive example, in order to continue. So super helpful inputs. And Christian, you already mentioned intersectionalities a little bit. It's a terminology that perhaps not everybody is super familiar with, but I mean, you get to explain it a little bit better in a second, but just as an introduction to the topic, intersectionalities then in the startup ecosystem is kind of acknowledging that every individual faces different experiences in life based on any number of intersecting identities they hold. So you're currently at the forefront of this topic. You've been included in a Sifted article about it, and you've launched an initiative called iCube Investments. You also coined the term intersectional incredibles. Could you tell us a bit more about it?
Sure. By the way, you'll hear me say intersectional a lot now because it's my favorite word.
It will be everybody's favorite word by the end of today.
So I guess a bit of a very short backstory. So intersectionality, it was originally coined in the 1980s by Kimberly Crenshaw, talking about the plight of Black women of color who felt the feminist movement wasn't talking to their issues, the civil rights movement wasn't, because they couldn't understand what it was like to be both female and Black. And that really talks to the importance of intersectionality, which, as you said, is when 2 or more of your identities conflate to create more life barriers that means it's harder for you in this space, for example, to gain access to capital, to have access to the right investment networks. And one thing that we have developed at iCubed, which is our philosophy and something that we're doing research on, is the unintended but positive byproduct of being intersectional is that you've gone through certain life experiences and developed a level of resilience and creativity and grit, which actually means you're a pretty good entrepreneur, which doesn't negate for the need for systemic change, particularly policy litigation and cultural change. But what we have coined as intersectional incredibles is saying that these communities, they're not just underrepresented or disempowered, they're actually underestimated, because people actually don't realize that what they have gone through means that they are good people to invest in. And what we have done at iCubed is build a model that weights investability, intersectionality, and innovation. And it's not just innovation in a general sense, but actually changes beyond just incremental improvements to technology or business models. And combine those three I's, create an impact score, and that's how we evaluate all the startups that we help incubate and support incubation with. So in sum, it's looking at intersectionality beyond just a level and degree of marginalization, but seeing it as a criteria for investment because it fosters innovation.
So rather focusing on the strength, not the box ticking.
Exactly, exactly.
And on that point, why, in your view, is it important to continue working on increasing access to capital for intersectional incredibles?
So I think there's three things. So the first one, and especially now that we are going into a recession, and to put it lightly, we're in a bit of a global shit show situation. This is the time that a lot of these VC funds will be saying things like, oh, DE&I, we're not really going to focus on it now because we need to focus on like returns and investability, when in fact now is the time, without putting my Bain hat on too much, where intersectional people thrive in disruptive times, or they innovate out of a crisis. So if you were going to invest in these communities, now's the time to do it. The second point is what we've coined in the Sifted article as queer capital, and that's looking at providing capital, in this instance to queer people, but I'll explain why it links to everyone afterwards, at three different levels. So it's not just about providing funding to founders, that's step one. Step two is actually giving capital to investors to invest back into the community. So you've got intersectional founders and investors. And the third step is actually queering your investment committees. And this is where you have people who have influence to larger pools of capital, and even if they're investing in non-traditionally diverse groups, working with that intersectional mindset will benefit everyone, which is my third point, which some people may find confusing at first when I say queer intersectional investing is for everyone. But if we think to 20 years ago, when everyone was talking about feminism, they're like, yeah, feminism is due to the historic injustices of women, yes, but now we know everyone can be a feminist and it benefits both men and women. And that's where we see the trend going in intersectional investing. So having that intersectional queer mindset is where the future of this industry should go, and it's not just for queer intersectional people.
No, that's interesting. And I think, I mean, we discussed before the panel as well. As an investor, I've screened hundreds and hundreds of pitch decks and sat through pitch meetings. But entrepreneurs rarely disclose or talk about their intersectionalities in meetings. So how, in your view, do we investors go about finding the intersectional incredibles, and what can we do to support and contribute and help?
So there's, again, three things. I like the power three. So I think the first one, which is something that investors can do on their side, is to show encouragement, indirectly, directly, that DE&I is important to them. Like, I've worked with founders before who have been told by mentors and LPs things like, oh, take that out of your pitch deck. Why don't you get funding first, then come out? Or this isn't important, it's not relevant. When you have energies like that, and you spoke to it earlier, it kind of deflates you and makes you want to hide your intersectionality more. So firstly, talking about it, because often it's the elephant in the room. Secondly, you're not going to find these communities in your usual investment networks. So working with local community groups, organizations, charities, in the UK, for example, local councils that have mini entrepreneurial programs, is an easy way to find that diverse talent. And thirdly, just invite them on the inside. So don't, for lack of a better term, be like an anthropologist going into the wild and trying to see how this community operates. Bring them on the inside. Invite them to your deal flow calls. Bring them in, like support and incubate and let them teach you what's important. You don't have to always extract the knowledge and then do it yourself. You need to include them along the journey so the power imbalance is lessened.
Absolutely. Summit and Carmen, do you have any kind of experiences or knowledge to share or insights in terms of kind of being intersectional incredibles yourselves?
No, I love the intersectional incredible. I'm gonna use that. I was like, that's what I am. Get me a sticker. I'm going on my laptop like right now. I do feel like an intersectional superstar. I'm gonna put it that way. I think that if we are here sitting in this panel in front of you, if you are seeing us, it's because we already ran 3 marathons, okay? We already made it in so many ways that privileged people didn't. So that shows, just by using us here physically, that shows resilience. And that's the resilience that most of the minorities and intersectional beings out there are like carry within us. Like, so just trust us. We will make sure that your money is like really worked. And I think that not only that, the other point I wanted to mention is that give us a chance to get like a real check and not just something that you're just donating for the sake of your PR or you want me to be in your flyer. No, don't do that. Like, actually trust in us and actually go like one step ahead and make sure that we get enough funds to fail many times, because that's what's happening. Men out there and like the typical people that get funds, they get enough funds to fail 10 times. Women don't. Minorities less. So you are really not giving us a chance. We need more funds.
Like, where do you go after that? No, but I think they pretty much said it all. I wanted to firstly disagree on like how you coined the term, because I do believe in us thriving in trying times, and I think there's stats even showing that a lot of women and ethnic minorities started businesses during the pandemic more than ever before in Sweden. So that is a testament, and we are one of those founders as well. And then we talked about, again, WeWork founder just got investment again after the flop he had with WeWork, and we're just asking to be betted on once. And in terms of this intersectionality, I think it's super important because I am a woman, but I'm also black, and you know I'm from a working class. It's just there's many things that puts me like that makes me who I am, and I believe stats are lacking intersectionality. If we think about the reports that we're seeing, we always tend to go to the US or the UK because in Sweden it's basically just gender-based. It's women against men. But we know we are a minority within a minority. And if I really look at the stats, the number of black women in Sweden who gets funding, it's probably less. So my thing out there, if anyone is looking or anyone makes reports, I would love numbers on that, because if we don't have data on that, we can't design policies, we can't track progress, we can't evaluate, and we can't hold ourselves accountable. And the stats are going to look the same year after year.
Which is what is happening right now. So like, if anyone from Vinnova or Almi here, like, I mean, do something.
And I know there's limitation as to what things you can look at in Sweden, but yeah. Change the rule. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's a really valid point, something that we discussed earlier as well. From my seat, I've tried to measure, tried to gain data, and it's lacking. I used to live in the UK, and there you fill in a form of your religion, sexual orientation, and ethnicity wherever you go, essentially. In the rest of Europe, it's harder. So how do we kind of measure success, do you think? How can we work with what we've got?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we still live in a world where data is monarch, not king or queen. Data is monarch, and it's powerful because it tells the story, but we shouldn't need it to progress. So I always see it, because now and often when you talk to investors, they're like, where's the data? It's like, well, the data doesn't exist, but it's still important to do so. So I guess to flip it on its head, if you're a intersectional founder and for example, your business is being evaluated, what I'd say to investors is, as a standard, as you should, and I said this in one of the articles, we're not just asking for investment because, oh, they're gay, give them money, or they're black, give them money. It's looking at a basis on investability. So you have companies that do have sound business models, that do have good product market fit. Then on top of that, integrate intersectionality and innovation. And I think often investors who are asked to do certain things, they see it the other way around. They're like, okay, let's look for different colored people to invest in, which is the wrong way of thinking about it, because investability is the standard. And then from there, you add in your different layers. But in terms of finding the data, I mean, we spoke about this earlier. I wasn't aware in Sweden the difficulty. I know it exists in France as well, but given as many voluntary options as possible throughout the process, doing your research and making sure people feel comfortable to share that with you.
That's good. And I think it's super important what you keep on coming back to is that it's a point of strength, right? I mean, intersectionality means that you have multiple perspectives, you have additional perspectives than what's kind of a more homogeneous group would have. So it's really about that strength focus, right? Conscious of time and us having time for some Q&A as well. Jenny's previously said that this audience always asks lots of questions, so no pressure. But what are kind of your key takeaways in one sentence, or kind of wish list or recommendations to this audience? You have startups, you have people from the community, you have investors. I don't know who wants to start.
Start from this end.
Yeah?
Sorry.
What were the key takeaways? Or
yeah, we can start with key takeaways and then go to wish list or recommendations.
I can start. I would say, yes, you want to help us, like, please, like, diminish the labor of paperwork. Like, every time I talk to any founder, we know how much paperwork, how much reports, how much we need to do to access any kind of capital, even if it's like a small grant. Sometimes it takes a whole team to fill in, send the papers, and have everything in order. Like, make it easier. We are beginning, and we are underfunded. Like, you are not making it easy. Easy process to access grants and funds and to get funded and to get legal advice and all this related.
Yeah. I mean, I think the key thing is, like, it's a systemic issue and it needs combined efforts from private, like, individuals, different type of stakeholders, basically. And I think it's very important that we do leverage our power. I mean, I mentioned Siduri before, Changers Hub. They're doing it in such a grassroots level, and imagine, like, leveraging that with a VC or anything for that matter, to, like, making sure that we bridge the gap, because the companies exist, and I really hate the notion that women don't exist in tech, women don't start companies, because they do. We are here, we are everywhere. So just making sure that we are proactive in our approach when it comes to finding founders of diverse backgrounds.
I guess to put it really simply, understand and do your research on intersectionality. Understand the value of intersectional incredibles. In this context here that we're here today, understand that when you're investing in female founders, you're not just looking at one type of female, you're looking at ethnicity, race, socioeconomic background, neurodiversity, disability. There's loads of different elements that may conflate the level of barriers that they're facing, and on the flip side, of course, with intersectional incredibles, that make them even more resilient. So if I was going to say one thing, just start making intersectionality your favorite word as well.
It's fantastic. And any last kind of recommendations or wish list for the audience?
I think a practical one, but one at the highest level. This is more for the investors in the room. look at the intersectionality at that investment committee level, not the number of principals you have, not the number of investors that you have, but who at the end of the day is like signing on a dotted line. Who are those people? What are their backgrounds? Do they understand the value of all this? And like what you said earlier, please don't just do it for PR means. Like, you don't need to do these initiatives only during certain months, once a year, because it's disingenuous and it annoys us.
I mean, we take the opportunity, but it... Any last words, or shall we open up for questions from the audience? I'm ready for questions.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Let's go for it. And I think there should be a mic somewhere. Let's see over there. So just do the very conventional way of raising your hand. If anybody dares to go first.
Stun them into silence.
Oh, I see 2 hands over there. Now you have to run a bit.
Hi, my name is Esther. I'm an entrepreneur, newly entrepreneur. I am not related with the tech sector at all. I offer products. But I want to say that your speech, your intersectional speech, is the only speech that has made me feel included in this group today. I don't have any questions because you've told the story very well. So when you see us, don't see only a black person or a woman. See the potential. Look where we come from, what we have struggled with, how much we are ready to fight for, and then make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, that's very sweet.
Thank you so much for sharing your experiences with us. I have actually a question about the numbers that were shown here on the screen. It said that only 8% of the venture capital go to women. I was interested to put this into even more context and to know, okay, out of how much capital, let me say, it's like 100% capital, and men seek for how much part of it, and women how much part of it, because if it's 1% out of 2% in total, it means that a success rate of 50% for women, and this is what I'm kind of interested in. How many women seek funding versus men? What is their success rate? Or even more, going further into different type of race, ethnicity, background aspects. It would be interesting to see these statistics at work a bit more. I understand it is a lack of it, but if you have something like this to show us.
We don't have that at hand, but I don't know if I can go back. The clicker is...
There is one more number that maybe we didn't share because it was from the US. But there's a report in the US that says that women are meeting 2 to 3 times more with investors, but they still get the same result. So if somebody is telling you, at least for the US, we don't have the data for the Nordics, that, oh, women are not meeting enough or are not doing pitches, that is not true for... because we are actually meeting more, and we're going to more networking events and all to get ourselves in. And what is the percentage of men only own, but it's like gigantic according to Atomico?
Yeah, that's like 91% or something.
Yeah. So and the number for 8.8 is actually for mixed group.
Yeah, mixed
So
group, yeah.
it was 1% women only.
Exactly, and then when it comes to the data, I mean, there is a lack of data when it comes to the other aspects that you highlighted, and that's down to the measurement point that we were discussing earlier, and that's a shame, because how can you then track it and track your progress, which hopefully will work on going forward.
And just building on that, I think a lot of it can be qualitative as well. So those are the meetings that attract. But if you think about the networking, the calls, all of the energy that goes into that is something that's even hard to track, which is why I think it's important not just to have events like these, but to have founders talking about specific experiences. It may not turn into an actual data point, but the more you talk to them and you hear these little stories, they can collate into more like a palimpsest of that journey, which could be helpful.
Definitely, yeah. And the report that is really useful that I recommend reading is Atomico's. It's called State of the Tech report, I think, which is really helpful. It really breaks down the system.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Vicky from IDO Solutions. First of all, thank you very much for an amazing speech. And yeah, I'm a co-founder in the tech company. And I really like what you guys said about, we need more funding to allow us to fail. But that's not our goals. We do not like to fail, but if it happens, it happens. If you would like to, my question is, what are the top 3 requests from you guys to the investors and governments and relevant organizations?
You mentioned the grants.
Yeah, for me, like, make the process more simple, because, I mean, imagine you're trying to survive, you're trying to build a product, trying to meet investors, you're trying to do everything at the same time, and there it goes, the huge paperwork. And you're like, oh my God. And we all know that there's people out there that are charging startup founders to make this paperwork for you, and then they ask you in exchange a certain amount of money, etc. I mean, imagine, like, if you have to go through that, then the process is not easy. So please just like evaluate, is this user-centric? Are you up to the times? Yeah.
I don't know if you have time for 3, but it felt like you had something on.
Yeah, so my one, I guess, on the government side, and I know there's probably more issues here in Sweden in collecting data, but even in the UK, the way that census and certain types of data are collected do not properly reflect society. Like in the UK, for example, we have the most ridiculous breakdown of ethnicities that's like British, Middle Eastern, other, Black, British, Black, all of these things that don't make sense in society. And then also the connection between that and any data collection efforts on the ground in the startup ecosystem are disconnected. So I'd say to governments, work more diligently, firstly with the communities to define those buckets better, and then do something productive with this data, like supporting us and helping intersectional founders get funding.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for really engaging questions. And if you have any more questions, I'm sure the panel here would love to speak about it following the session. Unfortunately, we have the next session starting immediately. So thank you.
A round of applause.
Ooh, I'm gonna.
Thank you. What an incredible panel. And meanwhile, backstage, I met our next speaker. And sometimes, you meet these people and you just feel like, wow, what a force. And also I feel super safe. And I was actually supposed to introduce her now, but Lori, come up on stage. We can lower the volume. Yeah? Lower the volume. Lori and I were talking backstage, and you had an idea. Yes.
Is about. When about 7 years ago, I realized that I did not feel like I was connected with people. At that point, I was living in the United States. You'll hear about that. So I started randomly going up to people and asking them to dance for 1 to 2 minutes. And I started off safe, like people in the gym that you see, you say good morning to them. I would ask them, they could pick the song we danced to. But I started doing this regularly, and it was amazing. Like, my life got really happy. Like, it was really joyful. And I'd go into the coffee shop and it'd be like, hey, Laurie, you want to dance? I was like, I can't today, guys. I got to. But anyway, so we thought that let's
dance.
Take a minute and dance.
Let's dance.
So
put on the music.
So just.
And all of you,
stand up.
Let's dance. I'll go down among you. Sit down. Awesome.
It's time to board at the station. It's time to take a little trip. Yeah, let's go find a new creation.
Nice.
Let's go find a place to coexist. Could you imagine a place to rest our head?
Yeah, each one side. You can go that side, I'll go this side.
Mercury's too far from Earth. We need another planet for our rebirth.
How's it going? Good.
Deep in the galaxy, she's miles away. Won't you take a ride with me to the inner space? We're making waves through the atmosphere.
Wait, next back.
To the heavens where it meets the sky. You could take me all the way to Nebula.
Thank you, everybody, so much.
Wow.
Huge round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Okay, now I also actually want to give you your proper introduction. Because
That was enough. I'm good. I'm really good.
No, Laurie is a public speaker and advisor with a focus on social impact, social innovation, and purpose-driven change. She has a TED Talk titled "Shifting." I'm out of breath.
I know. I'm like, my heart rate is
titled "Shifting Gender Paradigms: Speak Up, Stand Up, Rise Up."
Yes.
And you've launched a podcast, a manifesto, a women's manifesto to the world, with a purpose to inspire all females to do just that: speak up, stand up, and rise up. And in today's talk, you will show us why the Nordics will be leading the world in investing in female and diverse founders, showing the world once again what it actually looks like when females speak up, stand up, and rise up. Give her a hand.
Thank you. I am beyond happy. Thank you so much for doing that with me. I've never done that in a speaking engagement before. My name is Laurie. Yes, I am here to talk about the Nordics, and why I do believe that the Nordics will be leading the world, and what does it look like to invest in females and diverse founders. I am from the United States. I moved to Sweden 4 years ago with my husband and my then 5-year-old daughter. And I brought my work here, and I was really curious about what it felt like to live in the country that's number 4 in the world in gender equality. And I've really embraced living in Sweden. And I've embraced the fikas. I have embraced the word ash. Yeah, it's like ash. I like that word. And in all seriousness, I've really embraced the nature. I mean, it's a stunning country. I've gone for the swimming in the wintertime. It's not really swimming, you just kind of go down and up quickly. I've done that. I like kayaking. I was kayaking a couple of weeks ago. The autumn colors are out, and I'm on this kayak, and I've kind of got my groove on, but it's calm. I'm not like intense. It's just being out and enjoying nature. And all of a sudden, I'm disrupted by 2 dragonflies. And they are attached to one another. And they're flying through the air attached. I'm like, are they fighting? I go, what are they doing? And I realize, oh, they're mating. That's how dragonflies mate. They mate in the air. Like, okay, I got it. So go back to my kayak and doing my thing, and another set, go off on this way, another set of dragonflies mating, and I think, what's in the water here? But, and then I keep going, and then I see something different. A dragonfly darts in front of me, and another dragonfly is chasing that one. And then I stop my kayak, and they just have this chase. And then the dragonfly, the one in front, she pauses, and then she falls right above the water and stops. And the male dragonfly flies away. I had read about this. This is a dragonfly. Female dragonflies, they fake their death to avoid male coercion. It's true. It's true. And there is research, like really, if you look up Nature or something, like this is how it's written. It's not me making this up. So the female dragonfly, she plummets to the earth to fake her death. And the interesting thing is, the majority of dragonflies around the world, they follow this pattern. Now, the researcher who discovered this is trying to understand if this type of behavior is more in species that lay eggs, or if it's more widespread. So to those of you who laughed in the audience, like imagine you're at a restaurant or a bar, and someone's trying to hit on you, and you're like, nope, not interested, and that's being ignored, and then you just collapse, and just play dead, and see what happens, right? And then when the coast, when the coast is clear or the ambulance comes, whatever, just get up and like dust yourself off. It's like I was just running an experiment to see what would happen. But it could be worse for other male suitors, though, because the damselfly, she actually eats her partner. That's rough. I'm not advocating for anything like that. But I find this fascinating, right? I mean, the natural world, they learn so much from one another. And it's a combination of nature and nurture. So for the female dragonfly, for example, if we looked at the nurture side, I don't know if she was sitting there and she had when she was young, and her grandmother or her mother was saying, listen, if a dragonfly wants to have sex with you, just fake your death, right? I don't know what happened. I really don't know. But they learned from one another, right? Somehow the female dragonfly learned to do that. And if we think about this and continue this to Homo sapiens, right? If we think about Homo sapiens, 5-year-old brains are so impressionable and so elastic. They observe and take in everything around them. And how much really of what they're observing is being stored in their brains, and for how long? And what is my responsibility in this? What is our responsibility? I have a 9-year-old daughter, and I do wonder, am I raising her to take risks? Like, would she ever come up here like some of you did this morning? This is so inspiring. I was so impressed. Right? Would my 9-year-old daughter, am I raising her that she would do that? Right? Or am I raising her to have some courage and conviction? Because the majority of stories that are told to girls and boys in the binary, right, in the majority of stories that are told to girls and boys, these unspoken messages that they receive, globally, this is not the message we teach. Globally, our girls do not get to, pull a sword out of a granite rock. Globally, our girls are not being asked and promoted to pitch a new company or a new idea. And my question is, what would our world look like if all of us here were committed to investing in females so that they were raised to speak up, stand up, and rise up? All right, so let's continue on the childhood, with childhood. So did you know that beginning at around 18 months, all children begin identifying with a gender, right? So they might see that a female wears skirts, a male in the United States, I apologize if there's any males from the United States here, they might have a grill, right? So they begin identifying with a gender. And then at around age 3 to 5, there's something called the gender police. So some children, believe it or not, are not so flexible in their perceptions of gender. They've learned to believe that all boys climb trees, all girls who look like a girl, they play with dolls. Boys are rough, girls are meant to smile. And they take on the role of the gender police on the playground, in preschools. And if you've had then they'll go around to the children and say, no, you shouldn't be acting that way. And we know now that children, if you've had a visit by the gender police, you are more likely to prefer your gender and to develop a bias against the other gender. Now remember, we're talking about 3 to 5-year-olds. Then at around age 5, children's perceptions of gender becomes rigid, fixed, for 1 to 2 years. It may be longer, but right now they know it's 1 to 2 years. So all of this information you receive beforehand, some definitely biology and some from us, leads to this fixed, rigid perception of gender. So why does that matter? So this is one study that I'm highlighting. It was a US study published in 2017 in Science magazine. And what this shared is that by the time boys and girls were 6 years old, they were both perceiving that boys were smarter. And then girls were beginning to opt out of activities that were deemed to require any sort of intelligence or brilliance. So at age 5, they both thought they were equally intelligent. And then by age 6, they both were like, yeah, the boy's more powerful and he's smarter. Unfortunately, though, this isn't just the United States. There have been studies out of Johns Hopkins, out of the Nordics. These are multi-country, 15-country studies. So from Belgium to Brazil, India to the United States, for the most part, the belief is that boys are raised to take risks, they're raised to be independent, and our girls are raised to be nice and vulnerable. Now, let's imagine the potential long-term impact of this. So let's say over here, you have a girl named, I'll make fun of myself, let's say you have a girl named Laurie. At age 6, you now believe that boys are smarter and more powerful than girls. So maybe you don't take a lot of risks, right? Maybe you do nothing against ballet, but maybe you do ballet, and you've also been praised for how you look, right? So you decide to take that on, your appearance on. Then at age 12, you think you know the answer in class, but you don't raise your hand for fear of getting the answer wrong and not looking perfect. And then at age 24, you graduate from university, right? But you only, and you've all heard this, you only apply for jobs where you have 100% of the skills required. Oh, and by the way, you're not really thinking about savings or investing because no one's really talked about that with you at any point in your life, right? So Laurie continues to build her career, right? But she avoids negotiating for a job. She avoids pitching at a place like this because she would have to prove her worth one more time. Now, let's go back. So let's imagine now, here's Michael. Michael is 6, and he was raised to believe that he is strong and independent, and he can take risks. So now Michael, at 12, raises a hand, doesn't have any problem doing so because he just has this confidence. It's okay to raise your hand. It's okay. This came up in the last session. It's okay to make mistakes. Then at age 24, he graduates from university, and he's applying for jobs when he has 30% of the skills required. Oh, and by the way, he has a degree in finance because when he was 12, right, lots of men were talking to him about money. Now, Michael is 40 and has a career in investing, and he no longer notices that there are fewer and fewer women at his level. So now Michael, at age 40, where he could use his leadership, right, to lift up other women, doesn't realize that his unconscious gender bias was formed by age 6, as was Laurie's. And this, by the way, we could talk about this with race as well. Okay? So perhaps this is the reason that less than 10% of females are funded in Europe. And I will tell you that no amount of incubator programs or leadership trainings are going to change that mindset overnight. We globally have got to start earlier. You know, our girls were not born with less intelligence than boys. They were not born not asking for what they need and not taking risks. And our boys were not born holding the power. Now, as I mentioned, I do believe that the Nordics are in this special place to be the ones who are telling the world, here is what it looks like to invest in females and create inclusive organizations, inclusive companies. And I think that there's some challenges ahead of us. This is the part we're going to go like that, okay? All right, so the first threat that I see is globalization and technology. So tech, we know this, it's primarily designed by men and for men, right? The one thing I want to mention here, I am from the United States. I love the United States. Silicon Valley is one of the largest producers of tech companies going out into the world. Silicon Valley has a bit of a gender equality issue. So all of those products and services that are being exported around the world also include the norms and the beliefs. And those are being spread around the world, right? So the country that, I think it might be 38 in the world in gender equality, and it's supposed to go down, that's the one that's exporting norms about what it means to be gender equal or diverse in the world. So that's one threat. The second threat, and I'm happy to have dinner if somebody wants to talk about this. And this is specifically about, I mean, this is really related to gender equality, is, you know, the Nordics are known for your social values. And people fought for those social values. And the neoliberal is more about the individual, and I just want to offer that, you know, perhaps it's undermining, it's not just me saying this, perhaps it's undermining some of the social values that the Nordics have. Next is the rise of the far right. We see what's happening in the United States. Sweden had an election a couple of weeks ago. It's happening around the world, right? It's becoming more polarized. And one thing that I will say is that, you know, that extreme groups do not advocate for gender equality, and specifically females having access to money and power, right? So that's another threat. And lastly, we have patriarchy. Blah. Sorry. But I want to give a different perspective of patriarchy. And it's a quote by this American author, Bell Hooks. So she says that the first act of violence that patriarchy demands of males is not violence towards women. Instead, patriarchy demands of all males that they engage in acts of psychic self-mutilation, that they kill off the emotional parts of themselves. If an individual is not successful in emotionally crippling himself, he can count on patriarchal men to enact rituals of power that will assault his self-esteem. So what we're trying to do when we talk about investing in females, this is cannot be an us against them. Because systems that fight against each other in the natural world, they both perish at some point, right? And today, what I love about today is the energy, and I do feel like this is creating something new. This is really creating something new and novel. Now, it's new and novel, and I believe that the Nordics are here to lead this because globalization, innovation, and tech. The Nordic countries continue to be top in the world in innovation. And you get to export your innovation along with your norms, right, to the rest of the world, number one. Number two is, you know, I wrote this word competition, and then I decided it's not competition. It's a Nordic way of working. And let me explain. 5 years ago, there was an election in the US, and there was an election in the US and there was an election in Sweden. the number's not right, but there was an election in Sweden in the last 4 years. And an American, his wife works in politics in Sweden. And he posted something on Facebook and said, you know, I really miss elections in Washington, D.C. Because after the elections, there are these big parties, right? It's fantastic. People are up all night. And he said, you know, my wife, you know what happens after election? She goes home. She goes to bed. And I thought to myself, I said, you know, that's really interesting, because would I rather live in a country where there's an election and people go to bed afterwards, but 85% of the population plus votes, or live in a country where they party after the election, but 50 to 60% of the population votes? So to me, there is a mindset of how Nordic people, generalizing, there's a way that Nordic people work. I also feel that Nordics will lead because of gender and inclusion. And some of my Swedish friends like to say, yeah, but it's not that great here. I'm like, it is. It's pretty darn good. Yes, of course there's work to do. Of course, and I'm joking around, but of course there's work to do. But it really has come a long way. And after living here for 4 years, I see a lot happening around inclusiveness and trying to create an inclusive, at least inclusive Sweden. It's really impressive. And the Nordic values, which I mentioned. So in summary, if you have your values, the Nordic values, plus your Nordic innovation, plus your gender, plus your inclusion, right? You have paternity leave. And I just want to mention that because this is, I think I can say this. This is not happening in Silicon Valley. You're not going to see that. You're not going to see it in New York. All right? This is a Nordic thing that people envy around the world. And the second, this is truly an innovation. And I know you're laughing, but it really is an innovation. This word snipa. I mean, in the US, you say, like, go wash your, you know, and the Nordics have created a word for it. And I know that it might seem funny, but truly, from a linguistics perspective, you've normalized genitalia for children. It's not derogatory. I mean, if innovation is about disrupting norms, the Nordics have disrupted that norm. It's fascinating to me. Now, sneeping. With all the work that I've done in Asia and in Africa and with management teams and with leadership teams, you know, there is a certain mindset that when it comes to creating an inclusive society or an inclusive team or an inclusive country. And I realize that it all first, to me, begins with curiosity. Because as individuals, we need to think about the things that are important to us, right? We have to figure out, what do we value? What do the Nordics value? What does this group value? Right? So we figure out what we value and what matters to us. We also, by the way, we figure out the facts and the stories in a situation. Because stories, while powerful and motivating, can also be debilitating if we live in them like they're true. Especially those stories that disempower us, or if they disconnect us from someone else. So after we sit in our curiosity, we move to this place of conviction, right? So conviction is, I take a stand for this. I've decided that this is my value, this is what matters to me, and I stand in my conviction. And once we have our conviction, we need some courage. There was a lot of courage this morning, right? Courage to step out into the world and say, here's what matters to me, here's who I am. And once we have that courage, the way that everything happens, it's where magic happens, it's by connecting with others. And as females, nothing against the males and not speaking the binary, but I think broadly speaking, generally, females, we weave this all together and we're pretty good at connecting. It's one of our strengths. So I want to go back to curiosity because it is the foundation of it all. As I mentioned, it's where we pause and we stop and we ask ourselves some questions. Questions like, what does matter to me? Questions like, what are the norms, the bias that I might have been raised with about what it means to be male or female, right? And we ask ourselves these questions. Once we sit in our curiosity and we move to this place of conviction, conviction is about taking a stand, right? It's like, I declare I have a vision for the world. And conviction, it's something that grows in our hearts, and it becomes much bigger than ourselves, right? It becomes this vision. So what I would like you to do now is think, and if you have an opportunity to write or text something down, I want you to think about, what do you declare? What do you take a stand for? What is your vision for investing in females? So what's your vision for the world? What do you declare? And take a moment and write it down or type it into your phone. Yeah, like I declare, or my vision for the world is that I see a world where there are, I'm about to say something. There are at least 50% of female founders, but beyond that, forget that. I want to see that there are an abundance of female founders, and with men, we are solving the world's most challenging problems and in creating a more inclusive world. So that would be my vision. So once we have our conviction, right, and we say, I declare the world looks like this, I'm going to pitch this morning, we need some courage. And courage is about taking the first step. And once we take the first step over and over and over again, we begin to build our confidence. But the first thing always requires courage. And lastly, there's this connection piece. Right? And we can connect in so many ways. Thank you, we connected through dancing. Right? We can connect through dancing. We connect through empathy. We connect through silence. Right? We can connect through negotiating. But ultimately, we connect through our stories. And I'm going to share part of a poem with you that is a story by the author Maya Angelou. It's called, the poem is called Still I Rise. Just like moons and like suns, with the certainty of tides, just like hope springing high, still I'll rise. Does my sexiness upset you? Does it come as a surprise that I dance like I've got diamonds at the meeting of my thighs? Out of the huts of history's shame I rise. Up from a past that's rooted in pain, I rise. I'm a black ocean leaping and wide. Welling and swelling I bear in the tide. Leaving behind nights of terror and fear, I rise. Into a daybreak that's wondrously clear, I rise. Bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave, I am the dream and the hope of the slave. I rise, I rise, I rise. So we came together today, and this was part of creating something new, right? This is something that we're doing together. We will not be like the dragonfly and play dead. We will come together and support females so that everyone, all of them, globally, may speak, stand, and rise. Thank you.
on stage. Thank you so much. And unfortunately, we don't have time for Q&A, but I was thinking, and I don't think you would mind, Lori, maybe if we could ask if some brave person would want to share their vision.
Absolutely.
Is anyone brave enough to share their vision?
And, can I add that? Yeah. And for those of you who are able to create a vision, I noticed there's a board back there.
Yes.
So can they put it on the board when they leave?
Yes. So if you feel brave enough, put your vision on the board so that we can see it later. It can be anonymous. And with that said, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Give her a huge round of applause. We are running behind in the schedule, so I actually want to involve you here. Either we can have a 5-minute break, or we can go to the next panel and end with a final prize. What do you think? Should we stay? Yeah. Thank you. Okay, I hope that's fine, that we keep going. So now, now it is time for our last panel of the day. You can come up and fix the chairs. It's a panel. We're doing all of this now on the go. The panel will be moderated by one of our local forces. You have already seen her on stage here today, but I feel like she deserves a proper introduction. She has been a tech journalist in both Sweden and in Silicon Valley, where she was a correspondent for Svenska Dagbladet, Dagens Industri, and IDG. She has for many years put efforts into covering equality, diversity, and inclusion within tech, and is also the co-organizer and moderator of Female Founders, an event by Dagens Industri. Please give a warm welcome to Miriam Olsson Jeffrey.
Everyone, hi again. Thank you so much for that introduction. And I've been covering this topic for a while. There was a very important question in the audience from you of how many women are actually looking for capital. We don't have the answer to that. So if someone wants to dig into that, I think about that every year, or throughout every year, when I do research about how funding in Sweden is divided between the genders. But I'm not the person who's going to speak in this panel. It is people standing down there, and we're going to talk about men as allies. Do we need them? Why do we need them? And how do we need them? So I want to welcome on stage Heidi Lindvall. And Sandra Wiström. And Sami Niemi, please. Oh. Okay. Why don't we start with you introducing yourself? Sandra, you're the co-founder of Leia.
I am.
What is your day-to-day like? What do you do?
Leia is an app that helps mothers after they're giving birth to keep track of their health, both the physical and the mental, and we give them the tools to have a happier and healthy entry into motherhood. And this was founded because I have 2 kids. I got birth injuries after both my deliveries. I was struggling a lot. In my professional career, I'm a product developer. I'm not a coder, but I love user experience, hate bad user experience. So I wanted to take what I've learned from my professional career and build a product that would help women after they've given birth. And we founded Leia 1.5 years ago, and it's going great. Yeah.
Heidi Lindvall, you're the general partner at Pale Blue Dot.
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly.
What do you do?
So I'm one of the founding partners of Pale Blue Dot. So we are a climate tech fund. We're based here in Malmö, but we invest all around Europe and US. We're a seed stage fund, so we invest early stage, normally around €1 million in early companies. We do only climate tech, so it has to have a clear, positive climate focus. And we've been going for just over 2 years now and have done 22 investments.
And Sami Niemi, you're a partner at Spintop Ventures.
Yeah, that's right. Spintop Ventures is a Nordic early stage VC. Been around for 13 years, I think now. few hundred million euros assets under management roughly, and yeah, invest in early stage 5 to 20 million SEK roughly. A very generic tech focused fund.
Thank you. And this topic, men as allies. I mean, it's a simple topic maybe, but also a very complex one. What does it mean to you? I don't know who wants to start. Sami, do you want to start?
Well, I mean, clearly there are statistics that are pretty horrendous. Is it 1% or 2% of the funds that go to female? And of course, that basically means that men are kind of the gatekeepers for the decisions that have to be made to fund female entrepreneurs. So that's really the basic problem. So.
Yeah. I think for me, men as allies is such an important part of the entrepreneurship and basically of the world. The previous women who were on stage here talked about how we are fostering this in a very young age. And I also know this as being a mother, how my daughters already are being, from preschool fostered into being in different roles. And that goes into the to the work life. And I think men has a huge important stake in this, and they can help a lot. So I truly believe in collaboration between everybody here.
For me, this is such a no-brainer because, all we talked about today is that men have all the power, they have the money. So how are we going to create change without them? And while it's super important to lift up all the women and for everyone here to do what we can, we need the men to be part of this movement. And more than anything, they need to be challenged on their biases, and they need to themselves figure out what they can do, because we don't have women in all of those rooms right now to tell them that, I'm the one kind of trying to keep this on the agenda. They have to kind of get there themselves, because otherwise it'll just be very, very, very slow.
So how do we need them then? If we talk about this topic, how do we need men as allies, or different kind of allies, from different perspectives too?
I think maybe some of the problem is that if the facts are that there are so few women in leadership positions, then there's really no sort of experience maybe by certain male-led companies to really see what the female are sort of capable of. I mean, in our case, we have actually like 30% of the CEOs in our portfolio are women. It's not because we try to somehow find women more than men, but it's just it's something that happens. I think all of us have very, very sort of rigid belief on diversity, and it's important to invest in not individuals only, but invest in teams, and by creating diversity in teams, you just get better outcomes. So, but it doesn't come naturally, I think, unless you're really exposed to working a lot with diverse teams to start with.
You're talking about that it's a natural part of your investment strategy, but how did it is this something you're talking about explicitly? Can you explain on your strategy when it comes to these?
I think the key thing is so when you do investments, you have to be pretty clear and rigid on the sort of the investment method, in a way that you do not allow the biases to affect you. So it's very sort of rigid process, involving also the belief in diversity. So when you're evaluating teams, I think oftentimes, I think the one thing lacking that females don't have because of the statistics is experience. So if you have had opportunities for male to go through certain things where female haven't done it, so there's a maybe lack of experience in certain things, and that cannot be a reason not to choose a woman to the position. It's a task for the team to kind of create the culture and learnings together to learn from each other and diverse group. And there's something about that.
What are you thinking about that?
Yeah, when you talk about that makes me think about, we start off around 50-50 when we graduate but then we, as you say, like women doesn't come up to the senior positions. They don't dare to found their own companies. Not everybody. We have super amazing women, but we also need to be role models, showing that we're out there. When I thought of starting Leia, I was truly, you know, a little bit on the fence. Should I do this? And I was listening to a lot of podcasts by male saying, you can't do this if you don't work all hours. You can't do this if you have family or not. And here I think when we come into this journey of our lives of having families, companies can do a lot for both genders to create equality. And here's one place where equality is huge. And I'm also part of that statistics, have the equality between women and men. Right. But that's also because the companies I worked earlier, they didn't advocate this. So I had no choice of being part of that statistics. So we as company leaders or LPs or venture capitals need to give the opportunity to everybody to be equal on this.
I would like to say that I think it's a good point that you're making in terms of the fact that, you know, sometimes you don't see the same experience because it's been so much harder. But I also think that as VCs, we don't generally choose teams based on their experience. We choose them based on the speed of execution, based on how far they've come. And I think and how fast they get somewhere. And I think this is a thing that you realize that, well, a woman might have worked so much harder to get to that point. And it's more like, where did you come from? How did you get here? And by the time that you get there, you might actually have worked a lot harder and had to do a lot more things. And of course, this goes for multiple diverse aspects as well, and not for gender. So for me, it's more about that, and always kind of trying to keep that in mind, that it might have been much easier than maybe this person would have a more polished pitch, but that doesn't actually mean that they are better. It just means that they've had the opportunities and the people around them to be able to polish that pitch much better. So that is something I always try to keep in mind. But then I think it really comes down to what you do and how you set up those processes. Like for us, we are constantly trying to learn. You know, we went through this Diversity VC, which is this UK company that really trying to help VCs understand diversity, and they have a really structured approach to what kind of policies you set up, how you run things internally, how you think about your recruitment policy. And we've learned so much and try to set up so much internal things to just make us catch those unconscious biases that we all have and we don't know that we have, and therefore we don't know that we're taking these decisions due to X, Y, Z.
So you went through training yourself?
We went through training, and we're constantly going through training. We have a training next month coming up on inclusive language. I wish I could tell you more about it because I don't know so much about it yet. But the point is that you're always trying to grow and you're always trying to educate yourself. And there's in no way is it enough that we have a female GP and now we're done and now it's going to just happen. It's a conscious choice to work on this, and we have to keep doing that all the time because there's so many structural issues that we just don't even know yet.
Wait, could you, Sandra, were you in a situation where you could really see these biases? Because I've, for example, talked to entrepreneurs, female entrepreneurs that brought a man to the investor meeting. I talked to several. They didn't want to go on the record with that, but are there situations that you've been in where you have heard the biases?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, we've heard it. But I'm also very positively surprised actually about the network and how inviting people have been in this 1.5 year journey. Our cap table is 50% men. And so I'm sure we've heard it sometimes when we pitch to the older generation of like, well, there's not that many women giving birth and they don't have any issues. It's 140 million women giving birth each year, and 90% have issues. You mean you come from somewhere, right? So of course we've heard it, but I think like generally I'm positively surprised of also how many men has opened door into their networks for us, and that also is one of the things that made us come so far in a short period of time.
Yeah, I was thinking also if you ask people how are women, and then you get this things that, well, they're compassionate, they're energetic, they're enthusiastic, and they're maybe structured. Like these are the four things that come up.
Yeah.
And then all the other great words are reserved for men for some strange reasons. It's really, if you ask like what is a definition of success, like what words are describing success, not many of those words are describing that. So there's this sort of underlying thing that is really maybe hindering it if you're biased.
Did you have female founders bringing a man to the investor meeting?
I think most of the time they've been mixed teams. I mean, oftentimes, again, statistic like the tech people are mostly guys. So there's usually some sort of CTO. So there's which is a male,
natural
usually.
Yeah.
So that's really what happens. So usually there's a man, but in my case. 4 out of 7 CEOs are female, for example, and it just feels natural, and the chemistry is good. There's just it's oftentimes a very different way of leading companies that I've seen from the female founders, more focused maybe on I mean those like culture, making teams much more performant, I would say. A little bit more, creating a bigger thing than themselves, a bit less maybe individual, which are all very good characteristics of a leader, I think.
I was that person who brought a man into my investment meeting 7 years ago when I was fundraising, and it made a huge difference. I got into other rooms. I got more partners involved much quicker. So I mean, I had a male co-founder. It was very clear that when I brought them in, they would look at him, even if I was the CEO and I was presenting. I mean, I have so many stories of doing over 100 meetings and tried out stats. And at that time, around 7 years ago, when I was fundraising with one of my companies, I was in Silicon Valley. I was going through an accelerator there, and there were some people that were actually trying to keep track of their kind of stats of saying, okay, I'm have 100 meetings and I'm gonna do X% with my hair up and with my hair down. This is like female founders, and I'm going to do
like
X%.
A/B testing.
A/B testing, essentially this. And there were so interesting results that came out of this. The shorter the skirt, the more money you were offered. There was, obviously hair up was much preferred in being taken seriously than hair down. A male was much, much easier. So, and we were just sharing all these with each other to try to help each other succeed. And that was, I'm glad to hear that people aren't finding the same type of issues before that we did. But this was only 7 years ago, and it was both in London and Silicon Valley where I was fundraising. And I hope we don't have these issues here in the Nordics, but I wouldn't be so sure that it doesn't happen anymore.
What kind of environment do you think female entrepreneurs are fundraising in right now? I mean, we have some entrepreneurs in the audience. What is your perception of the situation right now?
I think it's tough. I mean, we're going into an economic like downfall. We have a lot of things happening in the war and in the world, and we also noticed ourselves that we were fundraising in the spring, and a lot of things happened, and a lot of venture capitalists pulled their air back, wait, we have to wait. And I think somebody talked about this as well, daring to be the first to take that action. So I think it's tougher now for sure.
My perception, without having data to back this, is that when things started going down in terms of the market, the people who are worst affected are the ones that are kind of the outliers already in the industry. So whether it's female founders, or you have a high capex startup, or I don't know, you're based in an area where it's harder to recruit, or whatever it is, that as soon as you didn't fit that norm, it'll be much less likely that you get funded. And I've seen that from my companies as well, that I find, for example, some female-founded companies where I felt like they
absolutely should easily be funded based on their traction, based on everything else compared to the rest of our portfolio for others' portfolio are not getting funded. So I have perceived it as female founders, for example, have been worse hit than others. But again, I don't have the data. This is just a kind of perception that you get from watching your companies go out fundraising in that kind of landscape.
Sami?
Yeah, I think risk awareness is I suppose going up. So maybe things like having done a company before, serial foundership is maybe appreciated more, which would then be negative for the female founders if there's because the statistics are what they are. But I think we don't really see it that way when we get companies. It's a company and it's a team. It's a business that we try to evaluate and then form an opinion if the team is a great one or not. Fortunately, many of them have been. But it's also diversity. I think. I mean, we're now talking about female only, but it's equally important to have the other type of diversity. We have a fantastic company up in Skellefteå, Once Upon. They are super perfectly diverse in terms of female. They're like 60% female, men, fantastic culture, everything. But I'm starting to get worried that they are too Swedish. You know, they're based in Norrland. They do perfect Norrland design. It's beautiful, but they are international companies, so there's a lack of diversity from other angles. So I think the key word is diversity, at least for us as investors, because that 100% makes the company better.
Yeah, I agree. In all my experience in the previous company where we had diverse team, people coming from all over the world, all different countries and races, and those teams has been the best. And then you really break down the barriers and you focus on the task and you make that product or thing that you're working on really well. So I think those teams perform really, really good.
My own startup had founders. Well, I was Finnish. We had 2 Lebanese guys, 1 Iranian, myself, and first employer was Romania. So we were totally kind of diverse, but still not, because there was no Swedes involved. And it was a quite interesting experience. Like a lot of like ups and downs and kind of more emotions that actually made us who we were. It was really important.
I mean, it would be really interesting to measure diversity more than we do. It's hard to do that, and we measure gender, but we don't really measure diversity. I mean, I've been doing this research of the funding in Sweden is showing the same year after year. We've been talking about it. 1% goes to female founder companies. Between 5 and 10% for male companies. I looked at 1,000 companies for a few years, and I think 99% of the names were Swedish out of those, and out of like 3,000 names of those founders and those companies receiving funding. But at the same time, we do talk about a shift in attitudes and some kind of shift. I mean, I've been hearing it for a few years, but we don't see it in the numbers. Why is that? And what do you think needs to happen for us to see it in the numbers too? I mean, we had Lori here talking about a structural change from a very early age. So there's so many things we can talk about with this topic, but yeah.
I was thinking, you mentioned measuring of numbers. That's super important that you do it as a VC fund. We put a lot of effort to actually understanding the sort of the ESG related numbers where gender and diversity is an important thing, because that allows you to take action. Like our biggest impact is what we do with the companies that we invest in. There's 200 million euros that go into companies, and we push that the teams have gender diversity. We want to have 40% of one gender in the companies, and that's happening. The only problem is boards at the moment. But it's super important that you measure it, because then you can affect change, and then you create the experience that is needed then for the females to get empowered in the next stage, I think.
Yeah. I think I'm happy to see so many men here in the room, and I think you guys have a big opportunity to make an impact on your business or the company that you work on or with your family, to call out each other on the bias that you see or the company policies that you have, and try to make a change where you stand. And I also think as like the LPs and you guys have a huge opportunity to, as you guys do and you do as well, to really measure how well are we at this and not give up. Like I saw a LinkedIn post where there was a bunch of men at a conference, a management meeting, and everybody was like, where are the women? And they said, well, they couldn't come. Okay, but couldn't they come because the time? Why couldn't they come? Like, make an effort, continue making an effort, continue making an action. It's not about just understanding and education. It's about making an action. And then it's about our young kids being mentor not only to each other, but to the young students who are out there, and be role models to each other.
And these are concrete suggestions. I want to ask you, AD, too.
First of all, I do want to say that, why isn't it changing? Honestly, I don't know, because we have been speaking about these initiatives for so long now, and I'm shocked every year. How are the stats not changing? Like, do the VCs I know do the right thing? But then there's a lot of others that we don't know. I don't really know how it's still not changing even slightly, because we kind of keep going back and forth on like a few small numbers there. But in terms of what we should do, I think initiatives like Diversity VC are amazing. I think calling out funds and people in power, whether it's LPs or GPs or CEOs of companies that aren't doing anything, really trying to call out people on their unconscious bias, but also on their very conscious decisions not to do anything. And yeah, just making sure we have more awareness, and I think we are now asking a lot of questions to our LPs, but also of course have a lot on our portfolio. But in the same time, we have a lot of companies that are in a great position of power when a lot of people want to fund them, when they start asking, how are your diversity initiatives with your funds? And I actually had a few great companies that I helped set up these kind of initiatives that they put in their term sheets, that if we sign this term sheet, then you should look at your diversity numbers and actually trying to get the funds to change instead. So I think it has to come from different directions. Whoever is in a position of power, it can be the startup, or it can be the GP, or it can be the LP. Most often it is the ones with the most money, but it can be others as well. And we have to be creative about how we kind of create that change. And awareness, education, getting Lori to talk everywhere to a lot of men would be a good start.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I want to say thank you to the panel. Give them a big hand. Okay.
Thank you so much, and welcome down from the stage. And now we've actually reached the time that we all, or definitely so the startups, have been waiting for, the prize ceremony, where we get to see who will be getting the prize of 100,000 kroners. Has the jury decided who will win? Yeah? Welcome up to the stage. Well, a little cliffhanger here. Before you get to share, we want to welcome up all of the prize sponsors onto the stage who will be giving out the prize. Yes. Yeah. Welcome up to the stage. So I want to just ask you all, maybe one of you can grab the mic. Why do your organizations, you may not answer this because we know what your answer is. Why do your organizations want to invest in female founders?
Well, I represent a family office based in Malmö. We do not necessarily do early stage investments, but nevertheless, we do support initiatives contributing to the ecosystem. And I mean, just putting the effort into emphasizing female founders that goes without saying. So I think that's important in every way. I think every little effort contributes to the bigger picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was joking, Jeanette. Do any of you else want to have something to fill in?
Well, I mean, I guess it goes without saying. I think this is extremely important, and I think also it's very important to really come up with real money, not only coaching or whatever. I think real money is very important to build companies. And Nudging Capital, that Filippa and I represent, we try to invest in female tech companies, and that's really our sweet spot. So, of course, we are here.
Yeah. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. And now, can you share the motivation and who has won the 100,000 kroners?
Of course. So I got the privilege to stand up here and talk about who in the jury we decided. We first of all, of course, want to say that a big applaud for all 9 pitches. We are extremely impressed by all of you. Seriously, I was not like that in some of your ages. And it was really hard for us as well. Like, all of you have done an amazing job. We were actually sitting for 1.5 hours, going back and forth, and it was a very close tie. But I wanted to just, for the winner, the motivation for it is we looked at the pitch, we looked at the idea, the opportunity, the market fit, but also the team. So take that in mind. And we felt that the winner is, they've come a very far away. Oh, sorry. They've come very far in a very short amount of time, and they are solving real problems for customers. And that's one thing that was very impressive for us. We also wanted to add that it's not the sexiest industry, and females are leading the way. So without saying, it's an SMB company that we think is brilliant, called Dora.
You want to grab? Do you want to share any words of how this feels to be the winner of 100,000 kroners at Nordic Female Invest Summit?
It feels amazing. I really didn't expect it, actually, because I think there was so many amazing pitches, so I'm very happy.
Let's give her a huge round of applause. For now, oh, perfect. For now, you can walk off the stage, come up, back up, and we can take pictures later. And let's just wrap this up, okay? How do you feel? Good job. Yes, perfect. Our one sponsor wants to say something.
Yes, I just wanted to take the opportunity, since we've been part of the Mink community for a while, and this being such a great event and an important forum, I think it's also important to pay tribute to Jeanette, who is the initiator of this forum. Yeah. So I think she deserves a big round of applause too.
Thank you. And that was all for this event. Again, I want to thank all of the startups. They have all been amazing. There could only be one winner, but they all deserve a huge round of applause. Yes, good job, all of the startups. I also want to thank all of the people who have been here on stage today for sharing their insights, inspiration. Let's give them all, and the jury, let's give them all a huge round of applause. And the event wouldn't have been possible without the help of our sponsors. You can see them all here on screen right now. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Thank you so much. And as most of you in here know, an event like this is not possible without the dedication of its team organizing the event. And that's not me, so give a huge round of applause to the Mink team. Yes! And last, but definitely not least, I want to thank all of you here today for showing up again and again, being part of this movement, having this event, being in this movement, is worth nothing without all of you who are here and engaged, making it happen and bringing it into the world, into the Nordics, and making a difference for diversity everywhere. So give yourselves a huge round of applause. Yes. And now this part of the day is finished. That doesn't mean that you have to go home quite yet. At 6:30, we have a sit-down dinner on the second floor for those of you who have registered to attend that. Until then, talk to each other, mingle, enjoy yourselves. And that was all from me today. So thank you so much. Until next time, see you. Pictures. If you want to have pictures with the winners, here you have.
Take a little trip. Yeah, let's go find a new creation. Let's go find a place to coexist. Could you imagine a new place to rest our head? Could you imagine a new world where love rules instead? 'Cause Mercury's too far from Earth. We need another planet for our rebirth. Deep in the galaxy, she hides away. Won't you take a ride with me to the inner space? We're making waves through the atmosphere to the heavens where it meets the sky. You could take me all the way to nebulas, but it doesn't even matter where we fly, and that's why